Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So, as we're seeing the Cali Doomsday signals, we are seeing some. I projected that we're going to see a very, very active earthquake year, even more than last year, which was record-setting. So it is. It's not going to be a big blowout yet, right? But we're going to start to see the signaling of what's coming. Democrats are collapsing. Right. So we've seen a lot of this moving in that direction, but now it's going to pick up speed in this year. We're going to see the Democrats basically fall apart. Cuba, Colombia, Mexico, Brazil leadership is all going down. Right. So President Trump has left the fleet in the Caribbean, and that will be used to basically replace all of the leadership in every one of those countries. Right. So we're going to see all of that in the coming days, weeks, and months into this year. So it's going to be very active. We'll see trials absolutely going to come. I don't think there's any way around it now. They can't hide it. They're talking about replacing people that have been, stonewalling and slow rolling a lot of this, and they're going to either get replaced or start to step up and really start to, cook it out there. All right, so let's look at, first off, let's look at Stephon Burns and see what he's seen. Like I said, there's several different things, doomsday signals that happen, and they lead up to usually a pretty significant event. And I think that's what we're going to see here very shortly in California. California will be just one of many places that's going to be very active this year. All right, so here he is, Stephon Burns.
Geophysicist Stephon Burns here. There is a big risk of there being a high magnitude earthquake striking California in the immediate near future, this being a magnitude 6 or greater event, even potentially going to magnitude 7, though I think magnitude 6 to 6.5 is the most likely range. And I think it's more likely to occur in Northern California if it does versus Central or Southern California, specifically looking at the San Francisco Bay Area. And there are a lot of reasons for this. The primary one is the fact that we just had a magnitude 7 earthquake up in the Yukon, border of Alaska and Canada, with a ton of aftershocks, hundreds and hundreds of earthquakes. And just a couple days ago, we had a magnitude 6.5 that struck Mexico near the city of Acapulco. Well, California is directly in between.
Now, there's some people that have said that the earthquake in Mexico, where basically rattled the capital, where the head of Mexico was having a press conference, Claudia Sheinbaum, she basically had to stop her presentation. Now, it was a big earth shaker and lots of buildings shook, but there was no real major. Some people have said that is the White Hats now have that technology and that they're using it to basically send signals. I don't know if that's true. It would stand to reason that they do have that technology now and are starting to potentially implement it. I don't think, excuse me, I don't think they're going to use it against the population, of course. That's the evil ones. But they could use this as a signal like this, or they could use it as, a warning, or even use it to take out some of the deep state activity. So it'll be interesting to see how that happens going forward.
The two, and we often see earthquakes follow that sort of progression where they will fill in the gaps. Also, with that Mexico earthquake, there was antipodal earthquake activity with that occurring on the mid-Indian ridge in between the Australasian and Antarctic plate. That is a geologic spreading center. And on the other side of the globe, we have the subduction zone off the coast of Mexico. So there was this clear back and forth sequence with that 6.5 quake in Mexico. Well, we just had an antipodal earthquake for the San Francisco Bay Area, a magnitude 5.7, which is quite large for a mid-ocean ridge on the border of the African plate and also the Antarctic plate. So fairly close by to those other antipodal quakes. And well, that's because California and Mexico are close together. So that is not a good sign. And then there are a bunch of other factors which we will go into. But to start off, just really quickly to mention it, because this is very rare, we just had a doomsday fish wash up off the coast of Monterey. And these are known as doomsday fish because of Japanese folklore and legend associating these oarfish washing up with high magnitude earthquakes and tsunamis. So basically really powerful natural disasters. And they hang out really deep at depth. And the idea is that there's some sort of change to the earth that's occurring in the deep oceans, potentially based off of changing electric field or electromagnetic signals. We know that sometimes.
So it seems like the oarfish are very sensitive. A lot of this plate movement happens deep, very deep within the ocean as it starts to come to the surface. So you'll see the oarfish, get impacted because evidently they are sensitive to these frequencies and waves and so forth. So we've seen this in Japan before the Fukushima, earthquake, and the earthquake which damaged the tidal wave, which damaged Fukushima. So there's lots of these signals, as you guys just saw, 3 different major signals that California is about to get hit. Now, like I said, I don't think this is going to be the big one, but it is going to be pretty significant, and it's going to be the lead in to more significant throughout the year until I think we're going to see a massive tidal wave and probably volcanic activity, and the earthquake activity is going to be off the charts.
Before, during, and after high magnitude earthquakes, we get these sort of electromagnetic signals that are generated and released. And so if these fish are very sensitive to them, which makes sense, that would drive them to the surface. So you don't see them there normally because, so on December 30th of 2025, scuba diver Ted Judah was out in Monterey Bay, clear waters, and he saw an oarfish. So this is very, very rare, and I take these very seriously because back in May and June of 2025, right before the magnitude 8.8 megaquake that struck off the coast of Kamchatka, Russia, one of the biggest earthquakes ever observed, only behind 5 magnitude 9+ events that occurred in the past 125 years, we saw tons of oarfish washing up around the oceans in that area. Australia, New Zealand, India, other locations. And so there is something to this folklore. And case in point, we can look back to 2024 when 2 doomsday fish washed up in California. And look at the date there. That is November 15th for this article by SF Gate. For the second time in less than 4 months, an oarfish washed ashore in San Diego. And so this occurs every now and then. There have been oarfish that wash up every now and then in California, San Diego, Monterey, etc. But again, the date for this is November 15th, 2024. So going 4 months before then up to that moment. And well, let us look at this. If you remember, we had a magnitude 7 earthquake offshore Cape Mendocino at the Triple Junction on the 5th of December. 2024. Here is the map for that. So we can see that this was a big earthquake. We can put on our tectonic faults.
All right. So you see that there's many, signals that we have something in the works, and it doesn't mean it's going to happen today or tonight or even a month from now, but it is coming. So it is one of those things to look out for. Now, earthquake prediction group is saying that it's going to be today or tomorrow. And I'll show you this one as well. These guys have been fairly accurate. I would say probably upwards of 80, 85%. The magnitude that they predict is not always accurate, but they do predict fairly well. So you're seeing here pretty much all of California. So does this mean there's going to be a geological fault that gets triggered? Remains to be seen. So just heads up, we'll keep abreast of that. But I feel very confident, just like I did last year, and we did have very, very significant earthquake activity last year. I think that this year is going to be even more significant. So just be heads up, be aware, trust your intuition, and let it be your guide and your safety for your safety, right? So we're seeing the first Democrat fall, and of course that is Tim Walz. He has basically said that he is not going to seek re-election as governor. Yes, because you're going to be arrested soon. So he's basically bowing out of the race. And imagine this guy was going to be the vice president of the United States, and he can't even be, in his mind, evidently, he can't even be the governor of Wisconsin, and that's very smart of him to basically bow out.
Nominee promising to bring Minnesota values to Washington is politically dead, just like we predicted when the Somali fraud scandal first broke. All
right, not Wisconsin, Minnesota. So he's not the first. There's talk that the Democrats tried to warn Maduro that he was about to be, hit by the military, but they got it to him. I guess they basically sent it after the team was already down there. So I think this is going to blow back on the Democrats. So whoever did that, and I've heard some names already, the Democrats, like I've been saying, as a party, is going away. So this is, bombshell after the Somali fraud. This is the tip of the iceberg as far as the Democrat Party fraud.
Predicted that he would be the first to go, and that's exactly what he just announced. Walz has officially dropped out of the 2026 Minnesota governor's race amid the revelation that he oversaw as governor what many are calling the single biggest taxpayer fraud scandal in our nation's history. And what is...
All right, so the single biggest taxpayer fraud in our nation's history, it's not tip of the iceberg, right? So you're going to see Cali, Newsom is going to have massive $1 trillion worth of fraud. Same in New York with Hochul, and I don't know, maybe even Illinois, maybe not as much, maybe only hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud. So it's going to be, it's the beginning of the end of the Democrat Party. I've been predicting this for years, and now here it comes. It's going to be fast and furious, I believe, their demise. All right, so Trump posts a long list of 2020 election fraud, and he indicts Venezuela meddling, right? So this is one of the reasons why Venezuela had to be taken down, because of all the election fraud that has been going on down there. So upwards of 71, 72 different countries, when you include ours, have been impacted by the fraud. So throughout the early hours of Monday morning, President Donald Trump posted a series of news reports on election fraud from across the U.S. in the 2020 election. So this is really going to start to heat up now, and it's going to be quite monumental. What is this website? Cookie bullshit. So InfoWars, come on. So throughout the early hours of Monday morning, President Trump posted a series of news reports, and he also posted news reports that detail Venezuela's role in election fraud, something Alex Jones covered in his show in November. So the election fraud, again, the Democrats heavily involved in that. So another reason why the Democrat Party, as I've been saying, is going to go bye-bye, and it's going to be, substantial going forward. So Trump also hints at possible military operations in Colombia, Mexico, and expects Cuba's downfall. Now, we're not seeing in here Brazil yet, but we will. All right. So Lula in Brazil, he's laying low. He's not talking smack like Colombia's president just did, just like Maduro, just like Noriega did. They talked smack and they went away. All right. So Colombia's president just talked smack. He's on, he's not too long for the world, right? Freedom-wise. So we'll see the Colombian president go bye-bye soon. When remains to be seen, but his days are absolutely numbered. So if we look at a presidential matchup between Vance and Newsom, who's heavily funded by the Chinese Party, Communist Party, the Chinese Communist Party would absolutely love to see Newsom get in there, because then they would absolutely completely own America. So we won't see that, of course, but at this point, if there was a matchup, we would see Vance blow it away. He would have 300 electoral votes to Gavin Newsom's 238. So let's take a look at the map as it's predicted right now. So, of course, the usual suspects in fraud, if it does continue to be allowed, are the left coast of the United States, Colorado, New York, of course, and then pretty much Illinois is kind of up for grabs, Virginia up for grabs, Georgia a little bit, because they had a major election fraud last time. So as you see, it's mostly red. It's a sea of red across the country, and no bueno for Newsom and his Chinese backers, right? So not going to happen. And I think that's what it's going to be like in the future. Now, the world's 5 largest cities in the world. I want to share this because I think this is going to be much lower in the future. I think there's going to be, it's starting to ramp up. So I don't see a lot of these countries that have major cities. I don't see that in the future, right? So if you look at population data, which uses imagery, national census data, we're seeing Guangzhou in China has 43 million. It's one city that has 43 million people. Jakarta, 40 million. Dhaka, Indonesia, 37.3. Tokyo, 33. Even though Tokyo is going down in population because Japan has a negative population growth. And then, of course, New Delhi. So the top 5. Now, I strongly believe that these cities are going to, reduce in population quite rapidly, right? In the near future, right? So, so those numbers will change. Not in America, not even close, unless we continue to import Muslims, right, and Chinese, right? So, and I don't know, I guess Hindus too. But for the most part, not looking so good for those countries, in my opinion. I think those countries are going to have a massive downsizing in their populations. All right, guys, that's all I got for today. Real quick one. Lots of love. Stay in the love vibration, and I'll see you guys next time. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Are we heading for a more involvement in Venezuela, South America as a whole? Very possibly. And some things are going to have to happen down there, because it looks like the vice president is not going to work with Trump as President Trump said she was. So now we're going to have a little bit more conflict down there. But this is the name of the game that's going to be happening. for America. We're going to take control, I believe, of a lot of these countries in South America, South and Central America. We'll have basically user rights or rights to a lot of the oil and silver and gold that's down there, and like rare earths and all that good stuff, because we need that to basically go against China and Russia, who are working to become the number one in the world. Of course, the New World Order, the cabal, has said long ago, as Leo Zagami, I just did a show with him, highly recommend you look at that, because China is everywhere, guys, a lot more than I ever even imagined. I thought I was pretty spot on with what's going on in China, but China wants to control America through the next president, who they want to be, of course, the California governor, Newsom, because he's a superstar in China. He went to China and they're like, they were all gaga over him. And of course, China has been all throughout, we had, who was it? Swalwell basically had Fang, the Russian spy that was his girlfriend. Nothing ever happened to him. He may be the next governor of California. If they get their way, they're going to make him the governor. And then we'll have Newsom as a president, who basically has been supporting China, and so China will take America. They put Newsom in there, guys. It's crazy. So crazy stuff. And Leo talked about how China was like everywhere. In Italy, deep in Italy, just almost completely. They bought like half the debt of Italy. They own Italy. So it's crazy. It's crazy how far-reaching they are. So we talked about Iran, and how Iran. This is one of the reasons why America wants the people of Iran to overthrow the regime there. Because when that happens, then the Abrahamic Accords, which is basically going to do, it's about trading. They'll probably be part of that, because they'll be supporting America, and the Shah will come back. He'll support America because he's in the lodges, like Leo talked about here in California. There's a big lodge, Masonic Lodge or Templar Lodge or whatever. So it's all part of a bigger picture. And Leo, former Illuminati, has deep insights, guys. So, wow, that was one of the most revealing shows I've done. So highly recommend you guys go watch that after this show, right? So, or put that on top of your list to watch that one. Wow, incredible reveals, right? And MAGA, Trump needs to come in and start to clean up here in America. He's like, wrangling all these countries in, so we got all the resources and minerals that we need to like make America great again. But if he doesn't come in and start taking down these deep staters, he's going to lose a lot of support from the MAGA. So we'll see what happens, guys. Very interesting show. Right now it's 444 where I'm at. So the angelic numbers. So yeah, President Trump, let's go. The angels are talking, right? So love it. So let's look at some stuff, guys. I'm gonna pull up several things. We'll go through. It's a Sunday. It's a fun day, right? And it's Mike never sleeps, and of course my lovely wife lines up all these shows, and I just do them, right? I just talk and let people talk, right? And it's pretty easy for me. All right, so Delta Force was the one that went in and did that expert, capture of Maduro. I think it was absolutely fantastic. Probably one of the most. I think that capture of Maduro will go down in history as one of the greatest performed military operations in history. Delta Force was the tip of the spear in capture of Venezuelan dictator. So when I did, we went into, to get Noriega, the Panama invasion, Delta Force guys were doing a mock-up training to go in and get the CIA guy that was captured and in the prison by Noriega. And they did an excellent job of doing that. But I saw them practice for a month. I was down there a month before the invasion, lining stuff up, getting stuff ready. And those guys were just like, every other night they were like they were practicing training. And they went in and did it. Even though things went to shit because they practiced so well and knew so many different things, they pulled it off incredibly well. And this is the same way. So they had a mock-up. They've been training for months, and they went in and did a superb hit. And my hoo-yah to Delta, and everybody was involved in this. So U.S. Army Delta Force operators executed a precise overnight raid in Caracas, capturing Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro and his wife, Celia Flores, without any American fatalities. President Donald Trump confirmed the elite unit's central role in the operation, which involved helicopters from the 160th Special Operations Aviation. That's the aviation group, the Hilo group that Tier 1 guys use. And of course, they had a lot of different elements, 150 aircraft coming from multiple bases throughout the U.S., Puerto Rico, off the ships, all kinds of crazy stuff. So what an incredible coordination. So yes, America's military is the greatest in the world. We just proved it. It's probably causing a lot of people a little consternation that we could come in and do something so precise, but it definitely is a message that's sent out there, right? And when President Trump says we're going to come spank you if you don't get your shit together, he's going to do it. Now, let's talk about, speaking of spankings, Venezuela's Vice President, Delcy Rodriguez, acting as leader after Maduro's capture. So President Trump said that she was in agreement to work with the United States, but that doesn't sound like what she is talking about right now, right? So Venezuela's military said it recognizes Vice President Delcy Rodriguez, who goes all the way back to the Chavez regime and has stayed in this position of power for a long time. So I don't see her as like, oh yeah, military, U.S. military, yeah, we're going to work with you guys and transfer of power and all that kind of stuff. I don't think so. Rodriguez, who was next in the presidential line of succession, served as Maduro's vice president since 2018, overseeing much of Venezuela's oil-dependent economy as well as its feared intelligence service. All right, so Venezuela's high court ordered her to assume the role of interim president. President Trump said on Saturday that the U.S. had been in touch with Rodriguez and that she's essentially willing to do what we think is necessary to make Venezuela great again. Well, either President Trump is inaccurate, or, which I don't think, or she has had a change of heart, right? Because she's saying now that Rodriguez left open the door for dialogue with the U.S. while seeking to calm ruling party supporters. So she said on Saturday night that Rodriguez called Maduro's capture during a daring overnight U.S. military operation barbaric and an illegal and illegitimate kidnapping. I don't think she's on board. I don't think she's on board, guys. I think we're going to have some problems. All right. The military's backing her, and she's saying, you guys are barbaric, and you should bring him back. I don't think that's going to work out so good down there. All right. Somebody's going to have to be spanked. We're going to have to get some more spank. We're going to have to get some paddles out. All right. I think she's going to get spanked. I'm pretty sure she is. Here we have a government with clarity, and I repeat and repeat again, we are willing to have respectful relations, she said, referring to the Trump administration. It is the only thing we will accept for a type of relationship after having attacked Venezuela. All right. So smart that you're not saying "F you, we're going to kick your ass," like Maduro said. That probably wouldn't work out very good. But anyway, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio told Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan on Sunday that the conversations with Rodriguez and the Venezuelan government are delicate and complicated things that require mature statesmanship, and that's what we intend to do. But our goals remain the same, he said. The difference is that the person who was in charge, even though not legitimately in the past, was someone you could not work with. We just could not work with him. All right. So, and then, of course, Maduro arrived in New York, where he went through the ICE headquarters there and was perp walked. And he said, "Happy New Year," or something stupid. And they took him away. All right. So very, very interesting. Trump threatens Venezuela's vice president and says U.S. needs Greenland. All right. So again, watch the show that I did with Leo Zagami, because it's all about getting resources, guys. It's all about getting resources. If you don't have the resources to be the number one in power, then you're not going to be, right? So it's a race right now. We've seen China basically freeze its silver shipments. So they're not shipping out any more silver. Russia stopped shipping their silver a long time ago. Both of those countries are the top two, I think. And then Mexico for silver. And I think Canada's up there somewhere. Of course, Canada's going to be part of the U.S. here pretty soon too, because they got all that silver. So that's the way it's going to be, guys. And you can discount it, or you can see the way things are working, because in Ukraine, Russia is basically going in and seizing all the areas that have trillions of dollars of resources, mines and power sources, all kinds of crazy stuff. And they want that area. The rest of Ukraine's basically, farmland. They could care less about that, but they'll take it probably too. And they're going to take Odessa. They'll take Odessa, and that's basically another nail in the coffin for Europe, guys. So Europe is basically not going to do well going forward. They're not going to be part of the big game. They're not the big boys club. Even though the WEF, the World Economic Forum, is going to meet, I guess this year, in Basel, Switzerland, or wherever they normally meet. It doesn't matter, right? There's a new world order, and it's United States, China, and Russia in the race to see who's going to be the winner, guys. Now, the cabal said that China was going to be all the way back in 2008. So it's, when you look around at how much China has influence around the world, you're like, wow, it's going to be pretty tough. And if Russia, which is highly likely, joins with China, BRICS type stuff, it's going to be hard to defeat those two guys, because both of them have. I think China is the number one in the world for rare earth, and it's not so much that they have the most rare earth; it's that they basically process it, and they get it from. They've gone all around the world, and it gets shipped to China, and they process it. Now, the rare earth is basically in silicon chips and all the Intel and not Intel, but the internet type stuff, computers and so forth, and AI. All needs rare earth, massive amounts of it, and so Leo was talking about how China is probably going to take Taiwan, and there's nothing that we can do about that, because they are so entrenched into Taiwan now. It's just going to be, they're going to just walk in, right? And the U.S. is not going to have any say. They can posture, but it's a done deal. So again, it's about resources. Taiwan has all the massive amounts of chips, manufacturing, AI, on and on and on. So it's a race now. It's a total race for who's going to be the dominant force. So that's what you need to start to watch. So as President Trump, America starts to posture and starts to go into these different countries and, Monroe Doctrine or going to Greenland and saying it's for our own protection because Chinese and Russian ships are all around there. And but there's a lot of stuff in Greenland, resources in Greenland, massive amounts of resources in Greenland as well, guys. And on another level, I can talk deeper on Greenland going forward, but at this point, you need to be aware of the bigger picture that's going on. U.S. President Donald Trump has threatened Venezuela's Vice President Delcy Rodriguez, who is serving as acting president after U.S. Special Forces captured Nicolas Maduro, like we just talked about. And Trump, in a telephone interview with The Atlantic from his golf club in West Palm Beach, quote from Trump, "If she, Rodriguez, doesn't do what's right, she is going to pay a very big price, probably bigger than Maduro." Whoa, what could be bigger? Like getting taken out? that would be bigger. All right. And taken out meaning she gets, blown up or something. I don't know. According to the report, Trump made it clear that he would not tolerate what he described as Rodriguez's defiant rejection of the U.S. armed intervention that led to Maduro's capture. The U.S. president also confirmed that Venezuela may not be the last country to face American intervention. We do need Greenland. Absolutely. We need it for defense, Trump said, describing the island, which is part of Denmark, a NATO ally, as surrounded by Russian and Chinese ships, right? So, very interesting. Now, Colombia is probably going to be a problem too, because Colombia said they were amassing troops on the border to fight U.S. Now, it's interesting, the area where they're amassing troops is where there are large silver mines that haven't really been tapped yet. They've been barely, it's a no man's land at this point, but that's where they're amassing. How about that? How about that? So you look at the bigger picture, and some people have talked about how we're going for the resources, and pretty much we are, right? Pretty much we are. Now, when I was in the Panama invasion, it was because we were basically being told that we're not going to be able to send our ships through the Panama Canal. Of course, we built the Panama Canal, like Trump has said, and a lot of blood, sweat, and money went into that Panama Canal, and China's buying the ports all around on both sides of the Panama Canal, buying them. Right. So Trump is seeing that, obviously, rightfully so, as a major problem. So, yeah, all the way back when, I did the Panama invasion to make sure we got, Noriega. Sorry, Noriega. Noriega is in prison for life, U.S. prison for life. And now Maduro is going to be in prison for life. He could have, said, adios. You got it, U.S. I know that I'm going to lose. Okay. I don't know what he's thinking. Narco terrorists, even back then, were probably influencing him, is what I'm thinking, because I saw a lot of that when I was there. Same thing, obviously, with Maduro. Maduro met with the Chinese delegation hours before he was captured. Very interesting, right, guys? So it's game on. So that's what you need to start. That's what you need to start looking at. Now, do we have problems here in America with the Chinese? Of course we have. We used to have Chinese police stations in America, and that got revealed, and we ran them off. But in Italy, as Leo Zagami was telling me, they have Chinese police, and they're not running them off. So, like I said, or he said, the Chinese basically own half of Italy now, and when I did a show, like if you guys watched that show that I did with Juan O'Savin, he talks about how Chinese intelligence is taking pictures of him while he's outside talking with me. So they're there in force, and they're here in America. of course, like I said, we had Swalwell, who basically had Fang Fang, Chinese spy. Nothing happened to him. Why isn't he sitting in jail? Because he was part of the Intel committee, maybe head of it or something. And then Dianne Feinstein had a Chinese spy that was her driver for 20 years and didn't know that. So there's some real problems in California, guys. A lot more than corrupt Gavin Newsom, stealing money. Where's all that money going? The Chinese? You giving it to the Chinese? So we got a lot of stuff to look at here, right? So many, many things are being revealed. All right. So in Iran, the Khamenei, who's the head of Iran right now, plans, this is what's on the news right now, plans to leave for Russia, to escape to Russia, because basically the Iranians are basically taking over the country. They're running off all of the IRGC, which is Iranian Republican Guard. They're running them off everywhere and chasing them through the streets, getting their guns, taking down their compounds. Even in Tehran, it's turning around very quickly. Now the Shah is very positive toward the West, and the West being United States, right? So I think that Iran, because of the United States and Israel, because it would be much easier for Israel to survive and thrive with Iran not fomenting violence all over the area. Every country, almost every country in the Middle East that I went to, guys, especially Iraq, that's when the terrorist attack started. It was funded by Iran. When I was in Afghanistan, terrorism funded by Iran. All right. Pakistan, funded by Iran. So on and on and on and on, all throughout the Middle East. When I was in Beirut, funded by Iran. All right. So they are the culprits, and they're vicious. They're vicious culprits, guys. A lot of people, U.S. soldiers as well. Remember when President Trump, took out one of their generals in Iraq, Soleimani? They didn't like that, right? So Iran is a very, very big problem, and it looks like that problem is about to go away and actually turn into something very positive for the U.S. Because if we get the trading rights and throughout much of the Middle East through the Abrahamic Accords, which is a trading negotiation that's put together by the United States, it's going to be very positive. So again, it's about trade. It's about precious metals and minerals, mineral rights, and so forth, oil, and all this stuff. If everybody's working together and everybody's thriving, which can happen, then there will be peace on the earth. All right. So, but we have to get this stuff, and it's probably going to be a little bit of violence to get it. Right. So it's already been a lot of violence to get it. Now, France and Britain have gone in and have done strikes, aircraft strikes into Syria at ISIS positions. Right. So ISIS has really been, pushing back on their old boy that's now in charge of Syria. And there've been a problem for him. So now we're starting, and President Trump has said, I guess there's military aircraft in Britain right now, U.S. military aircraft that are ready to strike ISIS too. Now, we knocked hell out of ISIS when President Trump came in. So, of course, the Biden administration let them, grow again. And now they're getting the hell knocked out of them again. And that's one of President Trump's famous lines. We'll knock the hell out of them. All right. So he's doing it. All right. So I think we're moving in the right direction. But again, like we talked about today, Leo and I, we have to see some stuff happen here on the homeland. All right. And I think once that happens, everybody's going to be very happy. We see Tina Peters get freed. Things are going to start to move in the right direction. We start to see arrest of these bad governors. Maybe we need to do some strikes like we did with Maduro. Take some of these governors out that are bad. All right. I think we should do a preemptive strike on Gavin Newsom before he gets, close to that White House. Right. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how all this works out. It's a very delicate thing because if you push too hard on people like Gavin Newsom, then you can have the leftists just lose their friggin' minds and scream and, throw riots and burn cities and Teslas and Tesla dealerships and all kind of crazy stuff. So we didn't want that. Right. So we need to do it with finesse. Right. And I think it can and will be done. All right. So a lot of positive things, I believe, are moving forward. Now, one of those positive things, I believe the stock market's probably going to go up. Like I said, it's going to have its blow off top. Silver and gold right now. Silver just went over its resistance point. I'm looking at right now the futures. It's at 4,401, which is basically 4,400 is a resistance point. So now it's gone back above that. It had fallen back because there was a lot of pressure, selling pressure from the deep state banks, which I think are really getting hit hard. And that very well could be, from, outside sources. But regardless, American people are going to benefit. And I think it's a positive. Silver basically taking down the Federal Reserve, IRS. Everybody's talking about how we're not going to pay our taxes. There was a huge tax revolt this year. President Trump has already told us that with tariffs, we really don't need the IRS anymore. So he's already prompted it. He's already prompted the tax revolt, right? And the other aspect of this is that January 1st, no tax on Social Security payments, no tax on overtime, and no tax on tips. So fantastic. Silver up 310 now. It just popped a little bit more. I was about to say 377. Geez, it's like just going crazy right now. 377. Do I have 380? Do I have 390? It's going to go higher, guys. 375, 310, 375, 377. Bah, wow, it's like on fire. Boy. So 74. Now I know $74 in silver because there were people that were talking that, of course, I wasn't one of them. Remember, I said silver at the end of the year would hit between 75 and 85, and it hit 84 at the high. So there are people that are really, really knowledgeable that were saying that silver would hit 35 at the end of the year. And I was like, 35? You got to be kidding me. All right. So you got to be kidding me, boys, is now saying we're going to see 120 in January, I believe, guys. So we're going to see this thing really rocket. And that's because there's massive manipulation on this puppy. And the manipulators are going to get super spanked, right? They're going to be crying. Banks are going to be failing. Federal Reserve is going to go bye-bye. There's going to be a lot of good things going to happen for this. So let me see if I can get share this puppy. There we go. Come on. Work with me. All right, here we go. As you guys can see here, that candle, this is futures trading right here, and it is blowing up. It's blowing up. Silver right now is 75.18. So remember, I was just saying 74.74 and 74.75 and then 74.10. It's popping. It's popping all over the place. So it's up 5.7%. I think this week it's going to really crank. I think it'll probably go sideways for maybe a week or two, and then it's going to crank all the way up to 100, and then maybe a little bit of pullback, and then it's going to go to 120. Right? This puppy's on fire. Right? So another thing that's probably on fire is Bitcoin, XRP. Now, you guys remember I said that there could be another blow off top to the stock market and Bitcoin before it crashes, because it will crash. It's the cycle. It's cyclical. So, and the cyclical part is that everything else in the economy but the stock market is crashing, and silver and gold and precious metals are not crashing. They're going to crank up, right? Because they're the future of pretty much everything. Excuse me. So it's going to be quite substantial to see this going forward. So keep your eye on it. We'll have fun watching it go higher, especially if you own silver, right? Now, why do I think that it's going to go higher? Why, Mike? Why? You ask in your childlike voice. And I say, well, little baby, silver jumps from 95 to 127 in UAE, United Arab Emirates, if you don't know what UAE is. So a 34% glorious gain in a day. So Walmart, they're not dummies. They're selling it, I think, at $80 an ounce. So right now, it did close out on Friday for 71, which is stupid. The shorts were getting hammered. They were like dumping like crazy. The banks were trying to rescue themselves. It's not going to happen. So silver hit $7.95 per ounce, December 30th, UAE. Then a day later, pops 30% more to upside, 127. You know they're in Dubai. They're into silver when they have the largest silver bar in the world, right? So very nice, very nice. Good job, guys. All right, so COMEX still quotes silver in the low 70s, while buyers in Japan are paying around 130, Dubai 127, Kuwait 106, Korea 97, and Walmart near 90, just to get a real bar. So the paper bullshit is going to the wayside, and the manipulators are getting spanked, and they're getting their cojones cut off, right? They only have half a cojones left, and I think this week they get the other half of it cut off, right? So ballless banks, right? That's what we're going to see in the future. So watch your money, all right? All right. Watch your money. Don't let it get away from you. All right, guys. That's all I've got for now. I've been like cranking the shows out, and I got to go shovel snow. See all that snow behind me? I got one of those snow blowers, and I was like, I had a kind of a high-end electric snow blower several years ago. It worked so good. I had a big old battery, and I'd have to it would crank out the snow. And I had a lot of snow, deep snow. You like go, and you go an inch. So I had deep snow like that. So that snow behind me, so there's my little tiny deck snow blower. It's weak. It's so weak. I was like, should have got the big boy. All right. So it doesn't handle deep snow very well. And so I just got it, had charged up the little batteries, not big batteries, big power batteries, little batteries. And it like ran out of energy. So it's probably good for like a few 5-6 inches as the most on the deck to blow it off. So I have to stay on top of it. I was like, I'll get it tomorrow morning. So it went from like a few inches to like 2 feet overnight. I'm like, oh shit. So I was like, broke it out, and I was like, hitting it. It was like barely making a dent in it. Had to break out the shovel and shovel anyway. It's like, dang. Had to shovel the driveway because the our guys that we have to do that were late. And I was like, maybe they won't even come on Sunday. But they did. They came and did the other half that I did it in one half. It was, fortunately, it's dry snow, so you just like scoop it and gone. So I got a little bit of workout. And I'd fasted for like 48, so almost 50 hours. I fasted, no food, and just water. And of course, X2O, LifeWave water, which is like super good for you. And so I was like, I went out, shoveled, and I'm like, now I'm gonna go work out. So I like went down, I created a link for Leo Zagami, and I went energy wise. And I was like, oh, I'm not going to go work out. Right. I'm going to go eat. Going to go eat for the first time in 50 hours. So that's what I did. And now I'm all rejuvenated, and I'm going to go out there and I'm going to blow that snow off. I'm going to blow it off. And what I can't blow off, I'm going to shovel that. I'm going to shovel it. So it's going to be good. Snow does not stand a chance with me. It does not beat me. I'm the victor of snow, right? I don't care how deep it is. I win. All right. So a little fun stuff. All right, guys. It's beautiful out there. We had a full moon, a wolf moon. Woof. Whoa. Wolf moon last night. All right. And that's when I was doing all those shows. So you guys loved them. I think it's like about 100,000 views on Juan O'Savin. Boy, he dropped a lot of stuff. If you haven't seen it, you got to see that one too. And if you didn't see the one with the three amigos, that's a good one too. And then I just did Leia, which was, he crushed it. And so back to back shows that are just like blowing it up. Right. And that's the way it's going to be in the future, guys. So lots of great information, lots of good intel. Juan was like, when I did the show with Juan, I was like 106,000. Remember, I was kicked off YouTube so many times. I had 250,000 subscribers at one time, and then bye-bye. All right. You want to talk about the truth? We can't have that. And so, and then I built them up again. They got kicked down. And then there was one that was like still lurking out there, and I didn't even know it was there. And then I was like doing a search in I have a secretive YouTube channel, because if I come out, and there's one time if I came out in the open, I was like, guys, all I want is just my own. I need a YouTube so I could look at your YouTube stuff. And so that they'd see my name, it's like, boop. It's like, damn. And so I did a secretive one. And that I would sneak in and I would like watch videos, and then I'd like shut it down. It's like, you learn how to do these things over time. So I was about ready to go into it again. And this old one popped up, and I was like, and I'd always like, I disagree with you guys kicking me off. And they're like, no, F you, you're gone. You don't mean anything to us. Boom. So I saw this one, and it popped up. It was an old one, had like 40 or 50,000. And I was like, so it popped up, and it says, if you want to, put in a disclaimer for having been kicked off YouTube, fill this out. So I was like, why not try it now? Who knows? Maybe it'll work. So I put it in, and they're like, yeah, you're right. We're going to give you your channel back. And I was like, what about all those other? Oh, never mind. So I took the channel and I started working on it. And so it went from 50. Now it's up to 100, almost getting ready to go over 108. But it was 106, several 100,000 or several hundred, 106,000, 700, 800, whatever it was. And I was doing the show with Juan, and it popped over 107,000. Everybody liked it so much. They're like, I'm going to subscribe to this boy. And because he's bringing the truth. And I'm like, you're right. I'm bringing it. So that's pretty cool, right? It went to 107,000 while I'm doing the show with 107. All right. Very nice. Very nice. So I told him about that, and he's like, oh, that's great. And I said, it's like the old days, when we were, both of us were starting out on YouTube, and you were like on my show all the time, and it was blowing up. We'd get thousands and thousands of people watching. We had thousands of people watching, when we were doing that show, because everybody's like, hey, you got to come see this. Juan's putting out some good stuff now. So he's always been putting out good stuff. Just it didn't resonate. But with the Maduro, everybody's seeing that, we've said for a long time, it has to be the military. And now everybody's seeing that. And so now we're like, okay, all that popcorn we ate, it's paying off. Yeah, it's paying off. We see now. It was a good show, and you guys were right. So yeah, and he said that he's going to start coming on to a lot more shows because there's a lot more to reveal. I'm like, all right, bring it. Let's go. All right. So yeah, it's going to be very fun going forward. It's been fun all the way to this point, although, challenging for a lot of people. But we've been there. We've been working together, keeping each other calm, right? Keeping each other focused. We haven't been losing. We didn't lose the focus. Good job. And now we're in a winning streak, and we want to build on it. And when we talk about stuff and you don't quite understand, and sometimes some of you get a little annoyed because we're like saying, Trump needs to focus and hook up the MAGA people. That's basically, he watches these shows, guys, or at least some people that's with his team watch these shows. So we want to stimulate him to start really focusing on kicking some MAGA ass. All right. And that means taking down some of these baddies. I think it's coming. I've been saying it. I said that Maduro was going to go. I said that the Shah of Iran would be back. He's coming back. I've predicted quite a lot of things, and I predicted before they started to happen. All of these storms that were coming all along the West Coast and going across America. So these atmospheric rivers, believe it or not, all the way up and down the coast from Alaska through Canada or Washington, Oregon, California. So massive atmospheric rivers. Even in Alaska, they have had record-setting snow, even in Alaska. Wow. Right? And that's hard to do, but it's happening. All right. How long does it last? I think we're going to get several more. Right. So I think we're on 2 or 3 already. I said there would be like 5 or 6. So we'll see. All right. Okay, guys. Lots of love. Yeah, that's right. 2020. It's not over yet. Yep. It's coming. All right. See you guys next time. Stay in the love vibration. All right, Juan, thanks for coming on at short notice. I know you came on very early in the morning with Nino.
Yeah.
So they're very good, very good. You're on the cutting edge of getting this information out, as you have been this is very similar to, our days back when we took down Noriega. So I was one of those guys flying around the helos with Tier 1 guy. But I think this one was much better done, much better coordinated. I think we all can be very proud of U.S. military and the coordination that happened to make this happen.
Well, think about this. With Noriega, there was no real notice to Noriega that we were coming. Their military wasn't really ready for us. Whatever anticipation was relatively, compared to this, low level. Here, you have the biggest military buildup in that part of the world since World War II. And they clearly knew we were coming at some point. That was part of the genius of keeping them on edge the whole time, but monitoring all of their activities so we could see who was where, what their plans might be, who was coordinating. And then it went mostly unnoticed, but just as I told Nino's audience earlier today, Maduro had people within his inner circle who were communicating with us that were intelligence agency assets, or in this case, one specific asset that had direct knowledge and gave us enough information so that we were able to act with confidence. And then, the hardest part about doing something like this, there was a plan to do this as far back as almost 2 weeks ago. But you may remember, for example, I had some stuff going on in Brazil, and they had huge storms, power outages, everything. And so the bank operations ceased for several days with these rolling back blackouts. And of course, a lot of that same weather was also present in Venezuela at times, as well as low-level clouds in the areas that we wanted to work in. And so it just made it problematic doing something as large and complex as this, and where you got to pull it off with exact precision, but to not have any leak, compromise with such a large number of military forces in play, that's pretty spectacular, pretty incredible.
It really is. And President Trump just got off the air, and we just jumped on. So great job. Thanks for doing this. But he talked about how the special forces came in, and they had resistance. So they were planning, whether they knew they were coming or not, they were planning on this operation happening. And so they met with a lot of gunfire. I guess they, suppressed that, how they did. And then they caught Maduro just before he went into a safe room, which is a steel room, and stopped him just as he was closing the door. So amazing, coordination.
Well, and of course, even if he gotten in the room, they had alternatives, but that would have taken more time. You'll notice that the time when they first got onto the ground at the compound until they left was almost an hour and a half. So they were there for quite a while they were securing the egress. And so they got the compound itself, the residents, the safe house residents secured, and then held until they knew that they could get all of that group out safely without, running the gauntlet, if you will.
Right.
And pretty amazing. I said it to audiences, I said it to your audience a number of times. You cannot underestimate the resolve that Trump has, and that if he says something, he's going to make sure that he absolutely meant it, and both for good and for bad, right? Maduro had numerous opportunities,
Right.
one of which I was very, very directly, intricately aware of the precision of what was being offered. And, if you want to give Dumbass of the Year award out for 2026, it's Maduro, who even to January 1, even to the morning of January 2, could have struck a deal. And, even though his fate was already in play because they were ready to move. It was a weather related issue primarily in not moving sooner. And to be so arrogant and so confident in, all of his, chest beating, and if Trump does this, we'll do terrorism, that, and we'll release the gangs, this other thing, all of that over. And not only, you hear this stuff about how we're supposed to be afraid because now the counterattacks, the terrorism, the everything else. Well, okay, wait a minute. If we're going to go ahead and secure Venezuela and secure those facilities and bring in American companies and contractors to help rebuild Venezuela's oil industry, we're talking about a lot of people that are going to need some level of sense of security and safety to move around and do what they got to do. And I think that the reality of this moment is that all of that chest beating and threats and everything else are going to be meaningless. And by the way, look at that picture. Okay, so Maduro is dressed warmly, but he's got the nice leather cuff, so he doesn't get an owie on his wrist from getting him over tightened. He's got his bottle of water. He's got noise canceling headphones on him. He can't hear anything around him. He can't hear him talking, nothing. And he's got his goggles on. He can't see a thing. He can't see anything. He can't hear anything. He can drink some water and mumble. Nobody cares. He could have been Mr. Dumbass. There could have been in a tropical location, spend his money, out of reach of U.S. justice, take the deal, go away. Marcos did it. Marcos took the money, he left, and he lived to be an old man. Okay, Maduro could have done the same thing. There is the biggest dumbass in the Americas, right there.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, and that that's interesting. You brought up Marcos because I was over there during that time frame as well, and there were situations that were happening, and special forces were involved in some of that stuff as well. But moving him out, he took it out, and the pretty much his military had already turned against him, so he didn't have
Yeah.
any other recourse. Now we know.
Well, and let me just add this. Maduro's military was already turning on him hard. He didn't even realize how bad it was going to be for him. It's the Cubans that were holding the line and even taking out some of the people that they thought weren't trustworthy to hold the line against or for Maduro. So there's dramas that come out over time. But I apologize for mentioning. I just it is so much like Marcos. He had a different path, man. He could have been a genius.
Yeah, he did. He lived in a hotel room and did his workouts on the bed. But other than that, he lived a little bit longer. He had a little bit longer life.
Yeah.
Of course, his wife, as well. Lived. She didn't have all of her shoes, but she lived a nice long life after that. So I mean, that's not going to happen for Maduro and his wife.
Hey, a lot of kids in this audience, people like in their 30s and 40s, they don't remember as far back as we do. So Imelda Marcos, when they went into their residence, the people overran the residence when they went into exile, and her closet had 3,000 pairs of shoes. That's how big her closet. They have people starving to death.
Yeah.
Mothers begging for a little money to get milk for their baby.
Yep.
The country in complete, total, utter collapse. And she has 3,000 shoes in her closet. It was so. That's probably the thing. When you're a little bit older like us, that is the statement. You say Marcos, and immediately it goes to Imelda and her shoes. What will be said about Maduro? And by the way, here's something that people don't realize. I was talking with one of my friends, one of the great intelligence assets ever in our lifetime, who is the expert. I mean, there is nobody anywhere in the intelligence arena that's probably a bigger expert on South America, Cuba, specifically Venezuela, and like that than this person. And he was pointing out, again, something that we've known for quite a long time. The genius here, Maduro was just a bus driver, okay? He was just a bus driver. And Chavez didn't necessarily trust anybody. He wanted people he could control to be around him, so that because anybody that actually had a brain is a threat, right? And Chavez is just a brute. So Chavez gets the bus driver, makes him the vice president, wants him to be the one that succeeds him. And part of the reason for that was the Cubans. The Cubans, and you saw it in the press conference. You heard me talk about this morning if you listened to what I said with Nino about the whole Cuban situation.
Oh, yeah.
But during the news conference with President Trump today, somebody brought up Cuba. And Trump, said, well, they got some stuff to worry about. Rubio said a few things. They were running, just as I've told your audience. I've said it for, last year. It's the Cubans running Venezuela. And they reiterated that today. The security forces out of Cuba running Venezuela. They got some problems. The border to Colombia, they send in military to kind of cover that border. They're not looking for Venezuelans leaving Venezuela. They're looking for Cubans and Iranians.
Yep.
Trying to get out of the country. that's who's
nice
been dragging out the border.
That leads to Iran is about ready to fall as well, just like we just saw.
Well, that's a good point. Iran, I had reports, people that are directly involved there over the last couple of days, and about 16 hours ago or so, I had a pretty detailed piece of input. And from their perspective, the central government essentially is in free fall right now. Yeah, for all intents and purposes, has already collapsed. The only thing holding it together at this exact second is a military and policing component that themselves are trying to secure their own homes and families from the Iranian people, because the Iranian people have just had it. You know, the suppression, the hurt has come from the military and policing, targeting individuals, disappearing individuals. That's why Trump said a couple days ago, and made sure it got to everybody in Iran. If you're going to attack the Iranian people, if your military and policing forces are going to attack the Iranian people for protesting, we'll come in and protect them. Now, in light of what just happened with Maduro, you think those guys are going to take Trump seriously? They better.
Yeah. Well, this is kind of stuff we've been talking about for years, that at some point Trump comes back, we're going to see a worldwide, takedown of these evil, corrupt governments. And so the dominoes are starting to fall. And if you don't get in line, you don't start doing the right thing, your government's going to go down. And I think he basically said that about Cuba and Colombia, Iran. So a lot of these countries are basically on notice, I believe.
Well, and let me say something that, I think your audience knows I am no lover of anything Bush. Anything within the family, I am mad as hell. I'm pissed off. I've got reason to be. I don't talk about it on the air, but I can tell you right now, justice can't come too quick. Now, the big flip, President Bush and his pot of oil and all that crap in the CIA and everything else for all the years, but it really turned hard back at the beginning of Bush too, and with the family and the stuff going on, there was all sorts of problems all the way back in the 80s and 90s.
Yep.
Bush was the one really behind Iran-Contra, not Trump. Not Reagan. And, if Ollie North hadn't destroyed all the records, Von Hall, what she smuggled out was the bank accounts that all the money, the Black Ops money was in. They couldn't destroy those records. They didn't make sure they had that. But the rest of it, that's what Ollie was destroying in the basement. That had those records not been destroyed, it's my contention that we would never have got Bush 1 or Bush 2 into office. The world would be so vastly different. And I don't believe you'd have gotten Clinton in office. And so the world would be so vastly different today if those records had not been destroyed back at Iran-Contra there in the White House basement.
Wow. And
what they protected were criminal operations with the drug smuggling, the creation of the 6, and then one got eliminated with 5 remaining in Colombia, drug kingpins that were created in collusion with our own CIA and other intelligence agencies. Had those records not been destroyed, the trail would have clearly shown, the money trail would have clearly shown how CIA was being enriched, a lot of their operatives in various parts of the world. And with that Black Ops money, the political stuff would have also shown the initial first investments clearly into Smartmatic, that is the predecessor of Dominion in the vote stuff. And part of what's interesting even about today, a lot of the news feed was of Maduro when he was, running his presidential election. He's wearing his yellow suit with the stars and everything, looking like a superhero wannabe. And in that, he's casting his vote in the ballot box, for a free, fair election. Okay, yeah, right. What a dumbass. At the end of the day, what you're really, really, really going to see happen, this is the first crack in the whole election myth of honest elections.
Glad you brought
this
up. Good.
And so as they bring them into New York and go after the drug trafficking and everything else, Southern District of New York, of all places, oh my gosh, of all places, Southern District of New York, corruption central. Why all the Epstein stuff there? Because they had 20 years to hide all the evidence on the Epstein stuff and to convolute it and tweak it. Okay, why can't you trust all of it? Because a lot of it's tweaked. So you got to wade through and get the actual for real stuff, not the concocted Hollywood version. Rob Reiner gets some credit on that. So within this context, here you have him indicted in the Southern District of New York, and the trials and the revelations, all the revelations that are coming, including the vote fraud with the machines. You're going to show the connections before too long. You're going to show the connections into various Western intelligence agencies, and it's going to lead to Brennan. It's going to lead to the Clintons. It's going to lead to all these various players. Don't expect it tomorrow, not this week or this month, but as the layers of the onion get peeled back, then very, very sensitive stuff is going to be allowed to come out to the public. Trump has to do that. And the reason he has to is because unless you reveal what actually was going on, it will happen again. So you're going to have not just a couple people show, you're going to have waves of people. If we're going to sit there and occupy Venezuela and come in with the business stuff, you're going to have all sorts of business people. Everybody's going to want to be on the right side of history. No. I was never a bad guy. Not with Maduro and all that. No. Yeah, they'll come out and give you every story in the world, and they'll have paperwork to back it up. You're about to begin to unravel something that goes across the world. Why start with Venezuela? Why not start with Iran? Because Venezuela is where the vote fraud, 71 countries plus the United States with their vote frauded. Serbia, the server farm in Serbia, which Brennan was a co-owner with, along with the richest person in Serbia. This is crucial. And by the way, I've mentioned to your audience previously, let me mention it again. The other person that is about to get an indictment handed down on him is Ramaphosa in South Africa. And he'll be treated exactly as Maduro is, him and all of his henchmen around him, who went in and allowed billionaires to rape and pillage in the Congo for a little bit of mining wealth. Like they didn't have enough in their own in South Africa, but the cobalt was the key, and China's right behind it. If Ramaphosa is a genius and he wants to show the world what a genius he is, or innocent, or whatever it is he wants to say, getting on the right side of Trump as quickly as possible by stepping down, admitting that his election was fraud. His election was as fraudulent as Biden's. Wow. South Africa is where the server farm, when they had to leave Venezuela because it was collapsing so bad, to use their electronic technology to flip elections around the world, including coming up on the U.S. 2020 election. The first test of the Serbia server farm, of which Brennan was half owner in Serbia, was the South African election that put Ramaphosa in office again, and that whole crew. So his election was as fraudulent as Maduro's. Everybody knows it, and we're coming for him. If he's smart, he takes a lesson from Maduro and finds a nice tropical place, an island. We don't want him anywhere we can get out on land. Azores would work, someplace, very, very isolated. And he settles in, stays there, and doesn't leave. And, he can let everybody, when I was in South Africa here a few months ago, I'm telling you, the horror that Johannesburg has become compared to what it was 25, 30, 35 years ago. I mean, when you say shithole, that probably... You could have somebody throw you under a latrine and let you live there, and it would probably be cleaner and safer than what Johannesburg has become. Just get one block outside of the main central park that's run by the criminals running South Africa. It's a horror. We're going to go after those guys. We're going to stop them because they're destroying South Africa and the rest of the region. And they were in partnership with Venezuela and China, moving drugs into South Africa and then up into Europe. We're going to go kick their fucking ass hard with the pointy boots.
So Juan, your intel is amazing. Worldwide Intel Network is unbelievable. And tell us, why are we going worldwide?
Chinese Asian trying to take a picture of me. Uh-oh.
Why
the Chinese are after me? The Chinese Asian was just trying to take a picture of me.
Oh, no.
Anyway, she was trying to get close to me earlier today.
Why would we have a worldwide, network being collapsed when we have, such problems? Because people are like, why are we doing this outside all around the world? We have our problems here in the United States. Why are we doing it outside before we do it inside?
That is a good question, but it isn't actually a genius question. We're not just taking out the trail. We're taking out the source. And that's why this is so critical at this moment in time. Trump has shown the resolve to go out to these disparate places that all have got tentacles coming into America trying to rip us apart and, go at the source. And seeing it fall apart in these other places, these support mechanisms for the traders within, literally. Where's the international support going to be as we disclose more and more of what Maduro is actually up to?
Mm-hmm.
Is there going to be support, including money and rhetoric and like that, to support the Clintons when the truth of what they've been doing comes out? I've been tracking someone in South America's movements for several years who's a very, 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 very bad player, and protected by Western intelligence agencies. And this person is as evil as anybody on the planet. One of his key places that he was rallying from was Venezuela. Without that there, I suspect that he will meet justice somewhere very, very shortly. And this is someone that has a history here in the U.S., as he should. We were there to take him, but we were going to take him one way or another. He was not going to continue to be a threat to Venezuela or the world. And, taking care of business.
Definitely. So, Colorado, they don't have the Venezuela.
Okay, Michael. When I first saw all the explosions, I thought they were busting Tina out. I thought that was Colorado. I thought, finally he's going to go in.
I thought that was going to happen too.
I saw the helicopters. I saw the explosion. I saw finally they're going to go get Tina.
Exactly what we're doing.
The thing. I apologize, Bruno, but you threw that softball in there, low speed. I had to swing at it. I was looking at the first pictures of Maduro being escorted with Marines on each shoulder, right, handcuffed, and then he's in the boat, and he's got noise canceling headphones on. He's got the blackout glasses on. Don't let you see anything. These are the gamer glasses that you don't see anything around you. And he's all cuffed up. He's got a water bottle in his hands. He can't hear. He can't. There's nobody to talk to. He doesn't know what's going on around him. And I was thinking, well, gosh, I wonder if I could do an AI of bullets.
Oh yeah.
In the same situation, because I'm telling you,
I'm glad you said that. I was hoping you would go there.
Well, let me just say this to Polis and to a couple of the other people there in Colorado in lead positions.
Yep.
Maduro had a chance to back up, back off, get the fuck out of the way. And he waited too long. He tried to get too much of a deal. He could have taken an early deal, saved everybody a lot of trouble and expense, and Trump would have honored the agreement, let him go. Those folks in Colorado think they're being smartasses. They're going to come up against Trump. He's just getting warmed up. And by the way,
Yes, sir.
Venezuela and Maduro specifically, and the whole criminal cabal that came out of there, where's Dominion headquarters in the U.S.? It's right there in freaking Colorado. You
Really?
think Trump is going to just let you get away with it? It's a seditious act on the part of the governor of Colorado,
Yes.
attempting to undermine the authority of the president of the United States. And the pardon, he's challenging President Trump. Who do you think is going to win this battle? You want to take bets? I'm like giving really great, odds on this bet that Trump is going to kick Polis's ass so hard, that star in his ass. I mean, he's going to put, those silver tips like guys like to put in their pointy boots. Trump's going to put his cowboy hat on, put the silver tips on his boots, and kick Polis in the ass so hard the left cheek is going to think it got hit first when the right cheek got obliterated. Okay? Because we're not going to allow this type of seditious activity to stand to undermine federal authority. And they want to do that. And I can tell you right now, Polis and the rest of the people there in Colorado and in these high government offices, they're in an echo chamber. They're listening to a bunch of yesterday's old moronic shit for brains, asinine people thinking they still have Biden in office, who was put there through fraud coming out of Venezuela.
Right.
Hello.
Now, another thing I saw too is the CIA is on the right side, it seems like right now. I know there's probably
Well,
still
you've got a few people there. Let me just add this. You were there.
Yeah.
There's a lot of pretty amazing people there. There really is, who have amazing history. I just talked with one of them a few hours ago, one of my greatest friends, one of the greatest experts on that part of the world, maybe the best expert on that part of the world on the planet right now from an intelligence standpoint. And, it hurt when you have put a lot of life into some kind of a position, and then somebody comes in and mucks it up. I don't care if you were janitor at Disneyland and then you find out something horrible's going on there and you were working there. It stains, it taints your soul. Mm-hmm. And it hurts that you've done so much, and then others come in and completely slime it out. Trump's found a few of the guys that he can trust, and trust but verify. And they've come in there and they did some amazing work. And the ones that are on the payroll to SES that have sold their soul, both at the CIA and FBI and all the other agencies, well, they're going to, they better start thinking about their exit strategy, including the folks over at DEA. Oh, believe me, you got some folks over at DEA and at FBI and at CIA, most of them rallying out of Florida, that really need to start looking at, maybe Putin will take them to China, because they're not going to survive what's coming. The information on some of the stuff that they've got going on from other agency personnel who are just, they're not going to, they are standing for it. They've cried out. They've, a lot of them had to leave. In fact, over the last several months, I've got several people. I might have the largest number of anybody in the world out of FBI and CIA that are ready to go back to work that left because they wouldn't be part of the crime. And it's not crimes, it's crime. It's just one big crime. It's all one big crime, all interrelated. Some of the stuff that the guys will tell you that they've, reported on, that they've whistleblown on, that they put their careers on the line over, is so stunning, so atrocious. You would never believe that U.S. Citizens would even be capable of some of these crimes against the world. And they're going to get exposed. They're going to get taken out. We're going to clear it. So I
So
guess I
we have
better
another
bow out
country.
pretty quick here. Everybody's showing up to take pictures of me.
I know I was about to ask you about the Chinese, and here they are. So they're hot on you right now. So you need to make an exit, I guess. But the Chinese, I think they're going to go the same way as Iran. They're basically going to collapse. The bad guys in China. What are your thoughts?
Well, in many ways, that already happened a bit some time ago. There's been a loss of power by Xi. The generals are running it, and I'll just say this: at the end of the day, China's being run by the banks out of the city of London,
Right.
and
Unbelievable.
the people that they're pulling that off, and the Hong Kong thing and all that.
Yeah.
It's like the wildest James Bond movie you've ever seen. Spectre's alive and well type of thing. But a lot of those networks are being compromised internally, under their own weight, because they get so unwieldy, and then they attack each other, and it's a fight for power all the time. But China's got enough going on that I would be very hesitant to say that it's going to collapse, even like the Soviet Union did. It's a more complex monster, and it's something where those banks that we're dealing with globally still feel that they have options available to them, and some of that goes into the silver and gold and like that. So there's
Melania wore her silver dress. Was she doing the semaphore thing?
Hey, language of semaphore, man. Hey, can you even come up with a better script than that? As I've been telling people all the way along, he sends messages right in plain sight with Melania's dresses, right? So there she begins the new year with silver, and you can't even improve on that on the script in the background. By the way, Jen and I just released. I haven't done any fanfaring. I've been too busy. But early this morning, your time, late last night, we posted our 2026 coin. It's the Called from our movie, The Called.
Oh, beautiful.
The
we'll have to get some of that.
year. Yeah, the 5th year anniversary is coming up in just a few weeks. And of course, it's all about the elections. Remember, President Trump called the American people to be present when the electors were going to vote on January 6th on the Biden victory. That was a fraud on America, again, based on stuff that came out of Venezuela and Maduro. And so, and we had the largest gathering of American people ever in Washington, D.C., depending on who you want to listen to. Somewhere between 1.5 and 2 million people showed up in the dead of winter. Yeah, bigger than any other assemblage of the American people. And by the way, they had 500 operatives from the intelligence agency that they've acknowledged, direct employees and contractors there to manage the crowd into this riot.
I was like, there's some shady stuff going on in this crowd.
Oh yeah, anybody could see it.
They impede everything, so you couldn't send anything out. I was like wanted to send
yeah.
So
well, but think about this. What they intended to do, they didn't have enough people, even with those numbers, because the American people so overwhelmed them that they couldn't pull off the shenanigans, the fraud that they had intended to cause the riot and everything else.
And the will of the people knew there was going to be some mischief going on there. So we probably would have had 4 or 5 million there if there wasn't any, known mischiefs coming.
That's very true, because a lot of people stayed away because they just knew.
Yeah.
something was going to. They just knew it.
You and I are like, oh,
absolutely.
there's going to be mischief. I'm going.
Well, I was there. Jen and I were there
Yeah.
as the movie shows. And by the way, I think Jen has a link up for the movie. It had about 5.5 million views.
Wow. Yeah, that was a great
even
movie. Or is a great
remember movie. How hard they were shutting things down. So we said that we gave it to the world for free, right? Anybody download and share. So people, as fast as they could take it down, it got put up by other people. Some people were more successful than others in getting out. But I had about 5.5 million views. And so to kind of commemorate that, we've got the new coin up for 2026, and I've got probably the lowest price it'll ever be for right now. It's a proof quality, so it doesn't go.
Good. Yeah, we'll put it in the description box so people can get it. But I'll definitely be getting it. I love to get at least 10 of those, and that's going to be cheap in the future because I think we're going to see $5,000 plus dollar silver in the future, next couple of years or so.
Anybody that bought silver, I hit the bottom of silver in that couple year period, the day that we released our first 2023 coin.
Yeah,
and I have a bit of a history there. By the way, go look up the atomic weight of silver.
107.
No, I got a little connection there, but nobody's lost a penny on the silver that Jen and I have put out the prices.
I'm very pleased. I'm very pleased. Yeah.
Oh, and I expect, just as you said, that it will go up significantly more yet.
Yeah.
That's the other part of the fight. It's the elections, honest elections, and honest money, and that's where.
So that will help bring down the city of London. Do you think? So that's the real culprit we need to be. I joked on my show yesterday. Maybe we need to just go in and bomb the city of London, but I don't think the Brits would like that so much. So we're not going to do that. But the only other way we can take that down is to take away their money.
Well, let me just say this: the British people, I really enjoy British people all out through the Commonwealth. There's so many beautiful people and places. However, there is a criminal cabal running the city of London. This the old Roman city, the old Roman wall city within the city, where all the 100 main banks within this international reserve system are domiciled. And of course, a lot of people talk about the location in Switzerland where everything's resolved at Bank of International Settlements like that. But in Basel, the core to it is the city of London, and that's the other part of the fight, because they're enslaving the world with their reserve policies, their fiat money. And so going back to honest money tied to actual tangible material, silver and gold is key to getting us back on track across the world and getting the world running again, bringing energy back online. By the way, who was in charge of the whole green movement? That's the Brits, King Charles, that whole club, to try and get the world to shut down the ability to produce and run and pick and choose the winners, and turning on the oil back in Venezuela, getting oil prices down to where they can be so that the world can go back into a productive phase again, getting out of the Jimmy Carter cardigan sweater crowd, fireside chat with a sweater on, because you can't even have the fire up warm enough to keep the room warm, right? You got to have a sweater on top of it, all this bullshit. By the way, let me just add one more thing. Biden was horrible, but most all of these problems, the globalists, they have puppets. And one of their early puppets that, people don't want to hear because the propaganda is so hard, so strong. But before it's all over with, you're going to find out that a lot of these things happened, got their initiation under Carter.
Yep.
Iran went off the rails in Carter. And these globalistic crowds So that's going to come out. SES was created under Carter. Bush is the one that put the whole package together over at CIA as a result of the Church Committee hearings. And then the Inspector General's office has been cutting off the flow of funds. That had a bit to play with. You'll find out eventually over at Justice Department, Tina not getting out, and some shenanigans going on in the background there. That all came under Carter, and then the hostage rescue mission, showing the weakness of America with its failure. Reagan brought back, Morning in America, Dawn in America, and stuff like that. But it was he didn't have the depth of support needed, and I don't think we fully understood
about that too, because Carter had just destroyed the American military so much that it was amazing that Reagan even got anything done. So we're looking at the Noriega, taking down Noriega in the Panama invasion. It was amazing that we're even able to do that, because it was a fast workup to get the military back up to speed. And
you and I
a lot of stuff in
go ahead.
Panama that was very suspect, military wise. So
you and probably had a similar experience. Guys that were around from the 60s, 70s into the 80s, that were truly old school within the intelligence community. They were there when the Church Committee hearings happened, the embarrassments, the exposure, things going on there. But then when Carter, right off the bat, early in the administration, said, we're going to gather our intelligence with satellites. And so we're cutting off all the human intelligence. We're not going to pay off any of our, spies in Iran, et cetera, the mullahs and all that. We're just going to cut that off because we'll get what we need from listening devices, from satellites, et cetera. And he decimated the intelligence community. And the ones that were left were guys like Brennan. Okay.
Wow.
And you have a lot of guys that, stepped out and said things. Most of them didn't say it in public, but, to guys like you or I, they had a thing or two to say about what was going on. And that, all of that was right. Everything has come true. I hear people's voices ringing in my ears, well, this is going to happen and that, but I won't be around to see it, but you will if you live. So, but now we're seeing the come around on this, and Trump, if it wasn't for Trump, like Trump said, he would never have let the seizure of American oil companies' assets across Venezuela happen the ways it happened under the Bush administration, Clinton administration, Bush administration. He would never let that happen. And we're going to go back and reimburse people and let them have access back to their properties and leases and until we're paid back. And it'll be a message to anybody else who wants to come in and try to pull the same thing out in the future. They may have got away with it for a while, but America's going to come back, and the exposure of the frauds in the election system will, stop a lot of this mischief for a very long time. And by the way, just to reiterate something I said in your last show, Trump is going to declare a national emergency related to elections and order that all the voter rolls have to be completely redone within the context of that national emergency. Nobody's going to defy him. And then hand count, paper ballot, no machines. Why no machines? Because of what happens. Smartmatic into all the other election machines, the collusion of intelligence agencies across the world, internal traders. That's all going to come out. We are going to have a hand count paper ballot 2026. And this is the first big move to bring this to the surface, to bring this out into the open. So, enjoy the show.
Screed still basically expose all that, I believe. And then we're going to see, we're already starting to see the corruption is so widespread. It's the Democrat method of operation to come in and do fraud. We're going to see trillions of fraud all across the country.
Well, let me add though, in fairness, a lot of Republican rhinos.
Sure.
When I first was dealing with this back with the Collier brothers in Florida in the 80s, and I first met them in the late 70s, I think 79.
Hmm.
Jim, and then Ken later, the Collier brothers with vote scam. In fact, one of my guys, Mark Cook, who does the hand count paper ballot roadshow, Mark Cook has posted over on his site the lost interview of Jim Collier, and it's if you listen to it, it's like rehearing about elections right now. Oh my gosh, it's just stunning how he nailed it 30 years ago, and when we didn't know all the rest of the stuff we know today. When this is all over, Jim and Ken Collier, who they created Hawaiian Tropic suntan lotion in buckets and sold it bottled on the street. Great guys. In fact, I got to be the Hawaiian Tropics car for an event. I had one of my Shelbys, a very, very rare Shelby that I had, a white one, and one of 6 that Carol had built at the time, and got to carry a couple of the Hawaiian Tropics girls on the back and back seat, and waving, holding onto the roll bar like that. It was pretty cool.
One of my judge too. I got to be a judge of some of those. And I was like, that was fun.
Well, and that was kind of part of the thing is that when I showed them the pictures, in the 80s of that, and they're like, "Oh, okay, well, we are friends." And but yeah, they should be honored when we honor people like Tina Peters and many others. Oh my gosh, the number of great Americans that have showed up to challenge the vote fraud, these vote scams across the world.
With their own money, with their own money, and the deep state's money. So I applaud them. I agree. We should really applaud them.
We really and I don't know how, but just like Tina, the personal cost, there isn't any money that can take care of that. No, but there is some remuneration needs to happen. And by the way, Justice, one thing that has to happen in Colorado, and it's one of the things I'm going to deal with here at some point, we're getting close. We gathered together $250,000 to have a recount on the primary campaign for Tina when she was running for Secretary of State. And I was one that asked her to do that. After the Attorney General, I take it back, it was the prosecutor, made her, in order to get bail, down from like $500,000 to $25,000, she had to agree to remove herself from office. Totally illegal. Totally illegal. I mean, that's got to be addressed criminally, I think. But also, when we did I said, no, you got to run for Secretary of State. And she did, in spite of the fact that they were talking about revoking her bail for doing that. And then we had to come up, we knew we won the primary. They frauded it, got $250,000 for a recount. And then the state of Colorado ran the most corrupt, crazy, stupid recount you can ever imagine in your whole life. Mark Cook was there present, saw it all, got the documentation. We're going to go take that whole state to court on the way they did stuff. They think they got away with shit. They're going to find out that just like Maduro, you should have taken the deal, you dumbasses.
Yep. F around and find out. So, I mean, there's so many different things that, we can look at. As Tina Peters, remember, she flew into Mike Lindell's in a event where they're disclosing election fraud, and they told her if she went that they would arrest her when she came back, and she went anyway.
Well, and the first time I met Tina in person was after that presentation, and we you know, spent about 5 hours
Wow.
together, kind of going through what I expected to happen, etc. And the context was that the equipment that was used to actually record the stuff off of her machine was equipment that I provided to that contractor. So, you know, I had a little skin in the game there. And
Nice. Good job.
the end result was all of this drama. I would not have advised her to do that presentation that day because I was not. I had asked Mike to do a fly around and hold off when just a couple days after he announced that we were both down in Dallas at an event, and we're in privately with Trump and talked. And I said, "Gosh, Mike, you know, I don't think you understand it." And I knew where the information was coming from.
Yeah.
And but I do think on the whole that it still was a plus. I wasn't happy about the way it went, but when you look back at history and eyes on and the tension level and like that, I think it moved the ball forward, and that's undeniable at this point in time. So even if you had problems with the way it happened, that's in the history books now, and we're on the way to some amazing wins. So, hey, I've got to bow out.
Thanks.
It went long on Trump not doing news conference right off, and then the news conference went long, and I've got to get ready for a flight. So I apologize, but we'll talk again shortly. A lot of things will happen over the next few days, and go get your the called coins before they go up price.
I'm headed over there right now. So thanks for coming on, Juan. Much appreciated.
Always appreciate it. So, Michael, I am so appreciative getting to do stuff on short notice with you. And we do have a different kind of a conversation than I can have with some of the other folks. And I apologize for interrupting you. I just get excited.
No, I do too. Great, Juan. Thanks a lot, and safe travels.
All right. Appreciate the whole audience. And by the way, say a prayer tonight for Tina.
Definitely.
It can't come too soon. It's coming. Can't come too soon. And thank you to God Almighty that we have Trump in position and these things are taking place now. This is critical stuff that I've waited my whole life for this to start turning the corner. Let's go get them.
Yep. Booyah.
And they're enjoying their Boxing Day. You know, the situation, I have to admit, looks very, very dystopian right now. And a lot of people are despairing, you know, wondering when is this horror show going to end? And, you know, there is a lot that is going on behind the scenes that I cannot talk about, but let's just see if we start, you know, some very prominent people. But there is a lot of fighting going on behind the scenes. And in a sign that this horror show is going to end, we have seen the Epstein files dumped. For example, if you look at this one, I was told by military intelligence, this is Stephen Colbert with a young child, and they're saying he's going to be the first to go. We'll see, but take a look and see for yourself. That is, you know, a very sanitized video. They haven't released the ones of people actually being tortured and killed, but they exist because that's how these people operate. And this is, you know, beyond any doubt. And we're now also starting to get from the Department of Justice document release testimony about the fake Donald Trump. Remember, the real Donald Trump is 6'3" tall or 190 centimeters, appears with Melania. He has not been seen since June. And this Trump does not have skeletons in his closet, but they've had a fake Trump for a long time, and this one does. And that's coming out, as you can see from these two videos. This is all going to come out, and you can tell there are signs that it really is ending. For example, Russian intelligence is reporting that all the members of the Ukrainian government have sent their money and families overseas, and they're asking various embassies for shelter and protection because they know they're not going to be able to stay in Ukraine, but there's basically nowhere on earth they're going to be able to go. Now, the other thing that's happening is the government of Israel is offering a huge amounts of money to airlines to start direct flights from Tel Aviv to Argentina. This means a lot of prominent Israelis are hoping to flee to Argentina, and they don't want the plane stopping at another country on the way because they know they'll get arrested. They think that the 1,000 miles of coastline they bought in Patagonia and the underground facilities there will allow them to escape justice. But no, there's nowhere on earth these people are going to be able to hide. We're going to go after them. We're going to make sure it's finished. And at the same time, these people are so desperate, they're cracking down in ways that are just hard to imagine. For example, watch this video of someone being arrested in the UK for calling someone a carpet muncher. This is a sign of a failed regime. When they are, arresting people for saying something like carpet muncher, there's something very wrong, and this is not going to last. But if you are in the military, you need to take personal action. We are allowed to arrest these people. Any one of us, anyone watching there, if you see one of these people on the street in public, you're allowed to make a citizen's arrest, and that can be proven in any court. And if they resist arrest, you're allowed to use necessary force. Now, another sign that this really is going to end this time is that a Dutch court has ordered is we need to do something about this reality TV show that is pretending to be the U.S. government. I was contacted by Dr. William Mount. I haven't heard from him in a while, but he told me that Washington, D.C. has been abandoned, and the entire horror show you're watching of the so-called Trump government is run out of Florida. They're breaking international law. They're stealing oil tankers. They're not going to last much longer, but it would be nice to send special forces into Mar-a-Lago and arrest these actors and secret handlers like Leo Zagami and put an end to this show. And I know the P3 and the P2 Freemasons are getting desperate because they've been sending me emails or saying that, threatening nuclear war. That means they've run out of cards. Their fake dollar machine is not working. Their control of the narrative, even though they're censoring like I've never seen before. They've shut down so many sites, and they arrested military commentators, but it's not going to be enough. There's too many of us, and this is not going to be allowed to continue. And the censorship is also covering up genocides in places like Sudan, where the United Arab Emirates, which is another rogue state that needs to be dealt with, and for some reason people don't want to talk about it, but it has to be talked about. It's not just Gaza. Okay, these criminals have to have nowhere on earth to shelter, and the Russians and the Chinese need to enforce this. Of course, Russia has its own problem. Their government is heavily infiltrated by Chabad and the Satanists, and they need to carry out a purge of their own. And one name I'd like to suggest is Kirill Dmitriev, the head of the Russian Direct Investment Fund. His public statements make it clear he's a compromised Chabad agent, and I would recommend to the Russians that they take him in for questioning. But in any case, the other thing that's happening is that there's been a very blatant attempt to suppress Christianity in the United States, and the so-called White House now does not allow a Christmas tree, but they do have a menorah, and they celebrate Hanukkah, which is commemorates a genocide, and that's wrong. And the real Jewish people, need to do something about that, and they will. The Jewish people are about to be liberated from this satanic cult that has taken over their leadership. That remember, the Holocaust is a burnt offering to Satan. And now I've also been told by Mossad agents that the massacre at Bondi Beach in Australia was carried out. The people who did it, their last name was Cohen. They're Mossad agents so they can justify a crackdown on anti-Semitism. which is really anti-Satanism. Okay, it's nothing to do with Jews. But people are very, very angry, and even though it's not being reported, the governments in Europe are falling. Take a look at these demonstrations in Holland, for example. Is being seen not just in Holland, but all over Europe. The farmers are shutting down governments because the governments have been trying to put farmers out of business so that they can create a starvation crisis and control the food supply. But it's simply not going to work. So in the new year, in the 2026, we hope we're going to do everything possible. And I personally am going to take personal action in ways that I can here in Japan. And I've been in touch with police and military types and political types. And the government of Takaichi Sanae is not going to be allowed to last because she's been trying to give Japanese tax money to the openly Nazi, and that has marked her as no good. So something will happen here. Again, we can't talk about all the details, but we all need to take action. Enough is enough. The horror show has to end. Let me just check my notes, see if there's anything else.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. As you wrote in this week's report, Japan is also on the warpath. I hope Japan gains independence from the U.S. and nationalizes the BOJ, but war is bad. Please provide more information that you can tell us on how the war in Japan will play out to your expectations.
Well, Japan is saying now openly that they have to have their own nuclear weapons. And the reason why they're saying this is because the Khazarian mafia has been trying to get money from the Chinese by selling Japan to them. But Japan has always been an independent country, and they realize that they're going to have to fight for their own independence. But what's going to happen is that there's going to have to be some kind of negotiations because the situation that has existed since the end of World War II is no longer tenable. The Korean Peninsula needs to be united. Taiwan and China need to be reunited in a way that gives Taiwan real power in China. And all these artificial divisions getting the Asians to fight each other must be ended. So there will be big changes because the current structure is untenable. And I believe the Japanese government will become very friendly with North Korea in the new year. But there's not going to be any major war. I've talked to people in the societies, Asian secret societies. They say there may be some small fighting, but no all-out war. Next question.
Hi, Ben. There was no autopsy report or death certificate yet for Charlie Kirk, but it is seemingly illegal to fake a death certificate. Do you have... And what about that comments that Kash Patel made about seeing Charlie Kirk in Valhalla? Kash certainly isn't a Viking, and it turns out there is an island named Valhalla in St. George Island, Florida.
Look, the Charlie Kirk thing is just so fake that I've kind of tuned out because they're trying to keep our eyeballs on this show with Erica Turk and then these events, and they're trying to distract us. But as far as Kash Patel is concerned, he's clearly not been either compromised or replaced by a fake because he's now opposed to releasing the Trump files. Now he says that America's #1 priority should be Israel. Kash Patel needs to be arrested, pure and simple, along with Pam Bondi. And it's going to have to be the people within the Justice Department, FBI, to do that. And they're legally entitled because they have broken the law. And need to be arrested. That's what we need to do. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Any chance you can comment further on the sharp rise in prices of metals and what it means for fiat currencies and the global financial system? Also, do you concur with Rick Ware and others that the sharp rise in silver and platinum indicate shortages in physical metal and that the world is running out of these metals relative to demand? Do you see the U.S. and other countries going digital or back to gold and silver standard, or somehow a combination of both?
Well, my understanding is that at the very highest levels of global finance, they don't accept money, they only accept precious metals. And what's happened is the West has run out of its own gold stocks. There are multiple reports that the vaults in Switzerland are empty. Fort Knox has only got gold-plated tungsten. Uh, and But the thing people need to understand is that um, there is lots and lots of gold. I was contacted by an Iranian source who said they just discovered. Again, I'm just telling you the number they told me. It's kind of mind-boggling, but 61 million tons of gold. But you see, most of the gold has been blacklisted by the Western financial system because if they monetize it, then they lose control over the international financial system. So most of that gold is blacklisted. So what's happening is the people who control the Western financial printing press have jacked up the price of gold that they accept in order to try to lure people into selling their jewelry and stuff, so they can have more gold to hand over to the Asians. But uh, you know, they're not going to get enough, so they're going to keep trying to jack up the price. And I don't think it's too late to buy gold. I think you should do it if you can. Same with silver and platinum and copper, anything real. Basically, buy stuff that actually exists as soon as you can, because some kind of financial black swan is going to happen for sure. Next question.
Hi, Ben. To say the Venezuela conflict for us is just to get their oil, in my opinion, is quite naive. We don't need their oil, but there is an embargo to keep them from sending it to China. The narco-terrorist, communist dictator, and his communist predecessor ruins the most prosperous Latin American country. They have turned it into a dangerous. Trump wants the people there to benefit from their vast oil reserves, in my opinion, and have a president fairly elected by the Venezuelan people. Also, Maduro is the head of all of the narcotic syndicates in the Americas. The deep state, CIA, China, I believe, are behind this. The trade includes gun running and human trafficking. Venezuela has also been a pivotal partner in computerized voting machine theft involving China, Cuba, Iran, and Serbia. They have been stealing elections in 72 countries, including ours, for about 20 years. What are your thoughts on this, and how would you remedy it?
The U.S. Drug Enforcement Agency and other actual U.S. agencies have long said that Venezuela is not involved in the drug trade. And right now, American oil companies are operating inside Venezuela. So I think a lot of what you just told me is some kind of fake story trying to distract people from the real problem, okay? The elections in the West are being stolen not by Venezuela or Serbia, it's by Israel, okay? And that's where you need to look. So I need to, actually personally go to Venezuela to see for myself, but I sincerely doubt, but I just don't know. I'd have to go there myself because there's so much fake information out there now. It's really hard to get to the truth. But I will try to find out more. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. What are your thoughts on the recent Epstein files that were apparently released in a PDF form and are now able to be unredacted? Do you think that this is a psyops in itself? In my opinion, there's no way the government that runs all sorts of psyopses around the world accidentally releases redacted files in a form that could be reversed and read. Or are you thinking that this could be white hat sabotage from the inside of the deep state?
It could just be sheer incompetence. It could also be white hat sabotage. But there is definitely an aspect of trying to distract us because they're saying they've got 1 million files. They're trying to overwhelm us and then arresting these people. And these files are still being hidden. But enough has come out that, and because it's coming from the Justice Department, that arrests can be made and they need to be made. And everybody who is in a position, if you're military police, FBI, any law enforcement agency, you need to take personal action and start arresting these people. Enough is enough. We need to end this horror show. And the real key is to take control of the money printing machine away from people like Jean-Michel de Rothschild and other hidden handlers, because that would end their show overnight. And that's what we're going to try to do in the new year. Okay, well, hope to see you next week and next year. Have a happy New Year. I've ever seen in the English media sphere, including a lot of the so-called alternative media. The big thing, of course, was the so-called emergency speech made by Donald Trump on Wednesday. Tucker Carlson was told by a member of Congress that he was going to declare war. And before that, Trump posted that he was going to stop all the flows of Venezuelan oil. Before that, he said he was going to close Venezuelan airspace. Well, neither of these things happened because the military has figured out that the Trump, what we're seeing on our screens and in these White House press briefings, is not Donald Trump. He's a fake. He's not their commander-in-chief. And the proof is that he was unable to declare war, even though he had told members of Congress that is what he was going to do. This is a huge development. It shows that something big is going to happen. And of course, the real reason Trump was going to declare war is because he needed to use the War Emergencies Act to prevent the release of the Epstein files, which is due for December 20th. Well, we'll see if that happens. But when you actually listen to his speech, he talks about $18 trillion that he's gotten. Well, from his tariffs and from promises of investments. Well, in the 11 months, what actually happened is he got $236 billion in tariffs, which is basically a tax on American citizens. And that's not anywhere even a fraction of what they need to stop the United States from going bankrupt. We'll see what happens, but it's definitely looking very terminal for this fake show. But I think things are going to happen in the EU first, because there is a full-blown revolution going on there that it once again is not going to be televised until it's really over. But the big thing that's going on in Europe now is that farmers across the continent are revolting, because basically what's going on is the Khazarian mafia is trying to bankrupt farmers through various forms of legislation in order to seize their land. And the farmers have broken into EU headquarters, and they've shut down London, and they're protesting in Greece, France, everywhere. Watch these next 3 video clips to see how intense that is. Okay, you can see from the videos that the police are running away. They're unable to do anything about it. And in what I posted in my weekly report on Monday, you can see that the tanks that were sent in London to suppress the farmers actually sided with the farmers. So this is going to, get more intense. And already, again, this is not being reported in the West, but the government of Bulgaria has fallen because they were going to try to impose the euro on their citizens, and mass protests, put a kibosh on that. And another huge news item that is nowhere in the Western press is that Gerhard Schroeder, the former Prime Minister, Chancellor of Germany, went on German TV, and he said that in 2018, the current Chancellor, Friedrich Merz, was summoned to the 44th floor of Black Rock Tower, and he was told by Larry Fink that Germany had to stop buying cheap oil and gas from Russia and had to buy expensive oil and gas from America. The result is that German industry has fallen by 20% since 2018. And for example, Volkswagen just closed a factory that had been running for 88 years. They're destroying Germany, and they've reached a point where the Germans are in revolt. So this is happening everywhere, and it's not going to get better. They're not going to stay in power. Now, Ursula von der Leyen has already had most of her former colleagues arrested in the Ukrainian corruption scandal, and the dragnet is closing in on her. She's trying to steal Russian assets in order to prevent the bankruptcy of the EU, but the Russians have said they're going to go after anybody who does that. They've publicly said it, and I'm assuming they're going to, take physical action, although, the TASS reports talk about all legal means. And here's another clip I want you to watch. This is a Polish politician pulling down the EU flag, stepping on it, and burning it. This is revolution at work. This is something that is ongoing. What we're seeing is the collapse of a system of Babylonian debt slavery and the freedom of the Western people from slavery. And if you still don't understand that you are slaves, take a look at this clip about your birth certificate and your social security number, in case you didn't know this was true. Watching the end of a very ancient regime, and they're running out of tools. Like I say, they put in a fake Trump, but his actions, reveal that he is not the commander-in-chief who was elected by the American people to drain the swamp. He's a fake replacement. And they do that with all sorts of people. It's pretty clear, for example, that Kash Patel, who we're seeing on our screens, is not the Kash Patel who was promising a couple of years ago to release the Epstein files. Instead, they replaced him with a fake, and the rank and file are revolting. They're no longer being able to, you elect a leader to do something, and then he's replaced with somebody who does the opposite, and people are sick and tired of that. They're not going to allow it to continue. And the other thing that people need to understand is that the only thing that is stopping the European people from becoming Chinese Communist Party slaves is Russia. In China now, huge numbers of people are homeless because they have been cut out of the digital currency because their social credit score was too low. And now they're homeless, living on the streets. That's the sort of future they were going to impose on us unless we do something about them. And here's some news that it's an exclusive to this podcast, which is, and it's huge as far as I'm concerned, Russian troops are fighting Chinese troops in Thailand and Cambodia. I was looking at, I was trying to figure out what was going on with these clashes between Cambodia and Thailand. It just didn't make sense. And so I asked some Thai royals and some military intelligence in the region. And what they say is what's happening is China is trying to take over Cambodia and build a big deep water port there. And the Russians are trying to stop them. The Russians have made an alliance with all the countries around China. So North Korea, Mongolia, India, Vietnam, etc. And now apparently Thailand, so that they all agree that it will ally and fight together to prevent Chinese expansionism. And the only force that is able to militarily prevent China from moving all the way to Spain is Russia. So these idiots in the so-called coalition of the willing, who are still trying to destroy Russia, are the enemies of the European people. And let's make it clear, there's a few people we need to get rid of in order to finish this nightmare that we're all going through. These are, of course, Larry Fink, Bill Gates, the fake Trump, Ursula von der Leyen, Keir Starmer of the UK, Friedrich Merz of Germany, and then, of course, Jean-Michel de Rothschild, who's cross-dressing and pretending to be Brigitte Macron. The usual suspects. We need to round these people up and make them face charges, war crimes charges. And these are worse war crimes, I would say, than even World War II. And we also, need to make sure they don't get away with replacing leaders with fakes anymore. And these are not clones, okay? They're people who are selected because they look similar, they're given plastic surgery, they're trained to mimic, and then they use computer graphics, and they can be identified through DNA testing. So we also need to make sure that the fake King Charles is removed, and most importantly, we need to take away control of their magic money printing machine, because that's the source of their power. I'm just going to check my notes to see if I have something I missed. Oh yeah, another huge news item that is not being reported by Drudge or anywhere else is the massive flooding in the northwest of the United States. 3 states are completely underwater. This appears to be some sort of weather warfare attack. I'm going to try to find out what the motives are, but it's clearly not a natural event. Take a look at this video to see. A major turning point. People are waking up en masse, and especially in the military and the intelligence community, understand that Western civilization will collapse unless we throw out these Khazarian mafia criminals. And of course, that means Benjamin Netanyahu has to go, and we need to get the Egyptian military and the Turkish military to move into Israel and clean up that nest and restore the nation state of Judea, which will be multicultural and multinational. Another thing I'd like to point out is I didn't want to celebrate Hanukkah because that is a holiday that actually represents the mass murder of assimilated Jews, and I do not go along with this. However, I do wish to wish everyone a Merry Christmas. And people need to understand that the Bible does not say when Jesus Christ was born. So what they did was they took the old solar New Year and replaced it with Jesus Christ. But the fact is that in the Northern Hemisphere, the sun keeps setting further north every day until the 21st of December. And then for 3 days, it appears to set in the same place. And then on December 25th, it starts to move south again. The days start getting longer. So this is a solar New Year. We all live under the same sun, and I think we can all celebrate this holiday, even if you're not Christian. So Merry Christmas and Happy Solar New Year to everybody. And I hope to see you again next week. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. After watching Trump's December 17th televised address, many people expected something more consequential, but instead saw a tightly scripted, humorless, and usually self-focused delivery that felt more like an imitation of Trump than his typical presence. Some viewers even noted inconsistencies in physical cues such as height and presence, which led to speculate about whether the speaker was actually Trump or possibly a stand-in. At the same time, this address coincided with the renewed signaling around the election case and a period of extreme weather events across the country. From your perspective, do you see any legitimacy in the speculation about the authenticity of the appearance, or in the idea that the timing and tone of the speech surrounding the events were part of a coordinated narrative or psychological operation?
As I mentioned in my talk, the Khazarian mafia was hoping to use their bought and paid Congress and their fake Trump, and he's obviously fake. Just use your own eyes. Compare the different pictures. Look at the height. They were hoping to fool the military into declaring war in order to prevent themselves from being arrested for war crimes, and it failed. So he was not able to declare war, which was the plan. Instead, he repeated these lies about $18 trillion. And by the way, as an example of these lies, okay, he came to Japan and said he's going to get $550 billion. Well, 3 months later or 2 months later, he's got exactly zero. The same thing with South Korea. So he's not getting, the world is not going to invest $18 trillion in this crime syndicate. They want to pull the plug on them. And their fake Trump is no longer fooling very many people. This whole thing is coming to a crash. And that speech, I think, was a sign of that. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Have there been any significant political or security developments unfolding in South Africa that have not been adequately covered in mainstream reporting?
Well, I don't know about South Africa, but the big thing in Africa is that they have cut themselves off from the Western financial system. Muammar Gaddafi of Libya was the first, because he tried to do this by having a gold-backed African currency to get away from the U.S. dollar and the Khazarian mafia financial system. Well, now they've done it. They've announced their own financial system, and that means Africa is no longer going to be raped for its resources. And I don't normally give investment advice, but I'd say getting in Africa now would be like getting in on ground zero in China back in the day, and I'd highly recommend it. But of course, due diligence, as always, is required. Next question.
And with the newly passed U.S. Defense Authorization Bill including limiting funding for Ukraine, which was far less than previous levels, how do you assess the sustainability of Western support for Ukraine and the likely long-term outcome of the war?
Well, the Ukraine war was a genocide against the Ukrainian people. The idea was to remove the Russian and other peoples from the Ukraine and make a new homeland for the Ashkenazi Jews, the revival of the Khazarian Empire. So, for example, Wagner, remember all these reports about Ukraine fighting Wagner? Well, it was the same people. Zelensky and Wagner worked together. Zelensky would grab Ukrainian men off the streets, they send them to a certain area, and then they tell Wagner where they were, and Wagner would kill them with artillery. So this was always about a mass bribery campaign, using money that was supposed to go to Ukraine to bribe politicians in the West, as well as a genocide against the Ukrainian people. And it was not, but it was also an attempt to destroy Russia. The whole thing is blowing up in their faces, and they're not going to get away with this. They're going to face war crimes trials. The whole thing is ending. And Zelensky, he's not there. He's just a TV thing in the West. Next question.
Hi, Ben. The Donald Trump administration has just ordered a naval blockade on sanctioned oil tankers entering or leaving Venezuela. Given this, do you think this move signals a real shift in global oil geopolitics, or is it merely a bluff tied to election case pressure?
Well, he was trying to start a war with Venezuela, but the Russians and the Chinese read the Riot Act to the American military, and the American military are now working with the Russians and the Chinese. So no, it failed. Okay, it was an attempt to avoid bankruptcy by stealing Venezuelan oil, as well as an attempt to avoid Epstein file release by declaring war, and it's failing. It's failed. Next question.
Ivan, we have our last question for today. With the European Union facing increasing internal strain from farmers' protests, rising energy costs, growing resistance to climate regulations, and the continued decentralization of power in Brussels despite national pushback, do you see the EU entering a phase of managed decline? And do you believe this is actually steering that process behind the scenes? Or who do you believe is steering the process?
I don't think it's going to be managed decline. I think these people are going to fight, to the end, because they know that they're actual Nazis and they know they're going to face war crimes. So I didn't post a clip, but I was sent one of Ursula von der Leyen saying she's going to stay in the EU headquarters until they got money for Ukraine. Well, they're not going to get that money, so hopefully she'll stay in there until she's arrested. But I think.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So like I do every year, I'm going to do psychic and remote viewing insights for this coming year. So one caveat to this is that consciousness has expanded to the point where I've been waiting for it to do. For most of my, I'd say I've been involved in remote viewing and, tapping into intuition, psychic capabilities for definitely more than 2 decades, right? So probably closer to 3 decades. So with this ability, I knew that eventually, at some point, that more and more people would awaken to these abilities, and it would start to change the outcome of the earth. Now, as you're in this consciousness state, many of us can start to change reality to a certain extent. And I've shown you guys how to do that over the last couple of decades, at least, by using your consciousness to move weather or change realities and so forth. Not only in your local environment, but for a larger scale as well. I've had groups where we've gone in and stopped tsunamis that were coming, and all kinds of crazy stuff. Calmed earthquakes, calmed hurricanes, moved hurricanes. All these things are capable with consciousness. And as more of us awaken to it, as I'm seeing now on a scale that I've never seen before, it's very encouraging. It's a little bit harder to predict because if things are coming that are negative, we can change that outcome, right? And more people are starting to see that. So it's becoming very, very good. So happy New Year to everyone. And let's jump into some of the things I've been seeing. So economically, silver, right? So silver is going to transform into an economic engine in and of itself. It's going to, scale very rapidly to higher levels. You'll see silver, I believe, very rapidly move into the $100 range, the early part of this year. So this month, I see possibility of $112 to $120, right, for silver. And then it's going to pull back a little bit, and then it's going to advance, because this is what silver does. This is what all of the precious metals do. This will be pretty much what we're going to see going forward. Now, one indicator, you guys know that I've been talking about silver like this for several years now, and it's really starting to catch very, very significantly, kind of like consciousness, like I talked about. If you look at Melania, now we know Melania's dresses are like semaphore flags, right? We've talked about this quite a bit. So Melania at Mar-a-Lago last night stole the show with her silver gown, right? She's always stunning no matter what she wears. She's worn a potato sack just to mess with the people that are out there that diss her. So she's worn a potato sack and looked fabulous in it. So here she is wearing a silver dress. So it's basically telegraphing, that silver, I believe, is going to really outperform. It's going to be, like I said, an economic engine. I think that America does have a lot of silver that has been, quietly holding in the background. Lots of gold as well. And she is very hot, First Lady, and she's great. So great inspiration for everyone, right? So, and of course, they continually try and tear her down, but that's the way the deep state bubbas are. So some people listen to that. Some of us are like, that's dumb. No, so she's totally amazing woman. So and she's coming out. I guess she's coming out with a new movie, so that should be fun. Looks like it's fun just from the previews of it. So that's going to be good. So silver, the miners are going to do exceptionally well. And you should have silver on hand and other precious metals if you can, just as balance out your portfolio. And you should have them if you can, with a very reputable person. Like I've used Kirk Elliott for several years now. I've never seen anyone that's better, right? Approach me and so forth with different, ways of, promoting it and so forth. He is the best by far, in my opinion. I will stay with him till the end. So I have a lot of silver invested with him, and I know a lot of people invested early on when I started, recommending you invest, and their portfolios are exceptionally. And I mean, we're talking big digits, right? And those big digits are going to multiply very rapidly next year and into the next year after that. All right. So the next couple of years is going to be a very, very fast acceleration in the price of silver is what I'm seeing. So I'm looking at 250 for mid-year this year. I stopped saying next year because we're in that next year. And then by the end of the year, and I could be off on these, I could be lowballing some of these numbers, but I believe that 500 by the end of this year, 2026, right? And then into next year, we'll see $1,200 silver towards the end of next year, not this year, but next year. All right, so 2 years out, approximately, we'll see the $1,200 range. Now, I'll pull up something where it's being telegraphed that it's coming. I did a show with Dr. Kirk Elliott. I think it was yesterday or the day before. It was Wednesday. Yeah, so day before. Yeah, yesterday. No, day before. Whatever it was. All right, so I think it was yesterday. So we talked about how, Dr. Kirk Elliott was very, I would say, conservative in the early stages. I was like, yeah, 3 digits, well into the 3 digits, and he was like, just, and then he said on a show that we did one time, he brought up the debt clock. And if you go look at the debtclock.org today, it always has this one little thing that it, highlights. It's a secret window, and you can close this secret window or you can open it. But when you go to the debtclock.org, and I'll share the screen so you can see what it looks like. Ta-da! Right. So if you go back to 1913, the dollar to silver ratio was 2.66 per ounce. And if you use that same, without the inflation numbers, if you use that same dollar to silver ratio back then, today, just taking out the inflation that of course, the Federal Reserve brought in, which is, I think, is really going to start to be minimized to a great extent this year. We're going to see, like I've been predicting, $1,200 silver. So there it is, right there, and that's just taking the dollar and bringing it back to the levels that it was back in 1913. I believe we're going to see that, and it's going to begin probably this year, and that's one of the things that's going to accelerate it to the $1,200 range, right? That and plus, of course, the demand for silver is really going, super high level. All right, so let's close that window, and you can see here that also gold is going to go to a very high level as well. All right, we'll see this month probably $5,000, $5,200 gold. So we'll see silver skyrocket to over $100, and we'll see gold also accelerate very quickly this month because it's been going sideways, and now it's time for it to move. All right. So one thing that I have seen about the silver price and gold price accelerate very quickly is that, and it's been bugging me. I can't quite put my finger on it, but I think they're going to pull the plug on something. It could be the stock market. All right, so we may see the stock market go down. We haven't seen a Santa Claus rally this year. I've been disappointed, but silver's gone up, so we saw a Santa Claus rally in silver. But everything else has gone down. Crypto, all the stocks, the Magnificent Seven, Apple and Google and Tesla, all of them have gone down. And they're at a point where they're either going to accelerate high, same with crypto, or they're going to collapse, right? So one or the other, right? So they're set up for either a very significant collapse or a very significant upside. So I don't know. We'll see, what happens. You have to watch these things. Unfortunately, it's not something that I look at these things, and the manipulators are still very much in charge of the stock market. So you can't really predict so much because they'll jack it up, and if everybody's leaning a certain way, they'll jack it the other way and make super profits on it. So it could go either way. And I predicted that it would go much higher before it collapses. So I think this quarter is a very good possibility that we'll see the stock market do a very significant go downsize. And if it does go significantly lower, which I think they would do that, because we know that, and they'll just crash the whole aircraft to take out one person or train or whatever. So just to keep silver low, because it's crushing them right now. We're probably going to see some bank failures coming. So to possibly turn that around, they'll just sacrifice the stock market, and that'll drive down initially the price of silver and gold, because it'll be an everything collapse market at that point. Crypto will collapse very significantly, of course, with the stock market, and gold and silver will get a pretty good pullback too. But eventually, silver and gold will go higher this year, regardless of when, how much the stock market collapses. I think the stock market will collapse 80 to 90%. Right? Not all stocks, but overall, like we saw, and I predicted this very. I said that we would see this number, and it went almost exactly to that point. So 80 to 90% to its high. When you look at the high of the stock market, S&P, Dow, and NASDAQ, it has tried to breach that high over the last several weeks, but it's fallen short. So that's depending on which of the markets you look at. A 3 and no upsides surprise is like, that's not good. Usually that means you built a bear flag and you're going to go down. So we'll see. Like I said, it's excuse me, completely manipulated market. So you can't completely. I can't completely predict when that's going to be. I have been able in the past, but the baddies have really manipulated and jacksawed this market to a level that's I've never seen before, ever. All right, and I've been investing well before 2000 in the stock market and so forth. So it is, and I saw the stock market crash, .com crash, and I was like, wow. And I'd been investing like, I think 1980s, 80s, early 80s, I think, is when I first started investing. Charles Schwab, I had to go down to the Charles Schwab office and put in trades, and I could call them and like move trades around after, I established myself. And then, online banking finally came, and I was with E-Trade, and now I'm with Robinhood. So there's lots of different organizations out there. Robinhood, I like Robinhood because it's basically everything. I can do crypto, I can do futures, I can do shorts, I can do puts, options, everything. So it's worked out really good for me. And so I'm waiting one way or the other for this market to move. Right. So miners is another opportunity. I would say invest in miners. Any pullback, put more into the miners. SIL, which is silver, SILJ, junior silvers, GDX, which is gold. I haven't done it yet, but I think in this coming week, depending on which way the market goes, I'm going to do GDXJ, which is gold junior miners, which actually has been performing better than the senior miners, which is the opposite. On the its value is higher on the silver, but the juniors of silver and gold are really outpacing. So I think we're going to see the miners, because everybody knows that you need that product, and it's going to be long term, where both of those, all the mines. So I'm also invested in platinum mines as well, miners. Now the SILJ just paid a dividend. So all the stocks that I have just got 55, 5.554 cents to every share. So I got a nice payout just by owning the shares. And of course I reinvested that, but it was pretty significant payout. So very nice surprise. So, that's another option for you. As the economy, stocks and so forth go down, you want to invest in dividend paying stocks. That's, if you're always going to get the dividend. I think Microsoft does that. So a lot of people are in Microsoft, and so dividends will be good. But in the future, a lot of these stocks, like I said, are going to go down. So what is going to put you in a position where you're going to be able to benefit from that is going to be positions in silver, right? So silver will go up significantly, and then you can transfer that newfound wealth into some of the housing, which will also collapse, right? So a lot of you guys are probably seeing the housing prices have already collapsed. That's really good for a lot of people that want to buy homes. I would not buy a home at this point. I would wait into the middle of next year. I've seen the prices in all the areas that I've been in, Florida, the Tampa area, and then here in Lake Tahoe, a lot of the homes are down 50% from their highs, right? So in 2023, you can see where everybody's starting to jack their prices of their homes up massively, and people bought that, right? They're holding something that's going to lose value over long term. But some people, came in, after having bought during the early 2000s and 2007 or 8, and got a good deal when the housing prices collapsed during that time frame, and sold, sometimes double in the 2021 to 2023 housing explosion in price, ridiculous prices, ridiculous. I hope no one out there bought during that time frame, but if you did, you're going to be holding bag for a long time, and or you're going to take a loss, right? So and it's going to go down again, just like the stock market, 80-90%. Already gone down, like I said, in some areas 50%. That I'm looking at. Not every home, but a lot of the homes where they prices up, I'm like, what are you thinking about, right? $15 million homes that back in 2008, 2009 were like $1 million homes. It's like, dude, and they're not dropping the price. They're holding the bag, right? And these are old homes, like 1980 homes. Why would I want to buy a home? It's that old, 45, 46 years old, for that kind of price. Stupid, right? So location, of course, but you need to buy smart going forward, guys. So I will wait into next year. And if you do have silver invested, which I know a lot of you guys have, and I've talked to some of you about this, and you do have plans like I do to start investing in real estate with your wealth. Now, if you pull wealth from your silver, just keep reinvesting, as you go forward. Just dollar cost average into silver, like I'm doing with the miners now. So I have significant, silver coin, or not coin, but silver weight, right? Like thousands and thousands of lots of silver, right? Tens of thousands of ounces of silver. So, and that's in storage. So at some point, I'll pull some of that profit and put it into real estate, which is back to normal, or an incredible bargain. That will turn around, right? It won't turn around in a year or two. It'll take years before it turns around. So I intend to buy homes I intend to buy farmland and so forth, because I think that will be something that will dramatically go up in the long-term future. So now, with the housing and stock market crash, you will also see crypto crash, and this is normal for crypto. Crypto pulls back significantly. It basically does its halving, and before the halving, you get in, and then there's a halving, and then it takes a little time, and then it rockets. Then you sell, and then you wait for it to go down. Right? It's stupid easy with crypto, but a lot of you guys just hodl it, right? And that's, you can. Why not? If you've taken your crypto out like I recommended, and put it in silver, your crypto winnings, and a lot of great crypto earnings and winnings this last year into this year, then you could have put that in silver, and silver has been up 180%, and crypto is down like 15-16%. So you gotta get smart about moving your money around. Long term would be silver, like we've talked about. If that's all you're going to do, don't be in the stock market, don't be buying houses, and don't be buying crypto. You should be in silver. Duh. Right? So Melania just told you. Right? So get in silver. Hello. All right. So Fed squeeze, IRS squeeze. I see both of those organizations basically being squeezed slowly out of existence, right, this year. And their ability to go after people is diminishing. The Fed. Now, I would be surprised if they raise rates again, because I think that's part of their plan to collapse the economy because they don't like Trump. But if they do, lower rates, then we could see the stock market continue to go up, right? If they don't cut rates, then that's probably crash material, right? So keep your eye on that. We'll see, what kind of game they play with the rates. This Fed needs to completely go away. There are no more federal government than Federal Express is, right? So they're a criminal organization and they need to be dealt with. But for the meantime, because they've wormed their way in and they have a lot of people that they've manipulated over time. See that squirrel running back there? There it goes again. Is that a squirrel or is that like a rabbit? Rabbit? You rascally rabbit. But we're going to see that thing go away eventually. Its demise is going to be happening, or not complete demise, completely go away, but its ability to do things to the economy are going to start to be substantially reduced. Now, President Trump has a guy that's going to go in there, I believe, is going to continually reduce rates, but he's not going to get in there for a few months. So these guys may still jack us around, try and collapse the economy because they know their days are numbered, and they would rather burn the house down, burn all of us down, because their days are numbered. And that's just the way we have to be very careful with these people as we're removing them, from their particular places where they've been, maximizing their control over the American economy and the world. All right, CIA, FBI also, we've already seen FBI, squeezed. And I think that process is going to continue. I think the CIA is going to be squeezed this year. A lot of organizations will probably be squeezed out. Personnel that they have are going to be start to be eliminated, just like we're seeing with the FBI. So I think we're going to start to see that process with the CIA as well. All right, so Democrat. There'll be a collapse of the Democrat Party, like I've been predicting. It's already started. People are not going to like the Democrat Party a lot. They're gonna not like them a lot. right? So as time continues to go forward, and it's going to quickly accelerate this year, the fraud and abuse that they've been involved in is going to be exposed on a level that's going to be just absolutely phenomenal, and it'll stun Americans and the world. All right, so the fraud, what we're seeing with Tim Walz is a tip of the iceberg, right? So this fraud is going to start to really accelerate the exposure of it, and more states, more and more citizens will get involved in exposing that fraud. Citizens that have been kept quiet through fear, intimidation, and so forth. That fear and intimidation is collapsing, and that's one of the reasons why consciousness and our ability to, push ourselves into a much better world is happening, because less and less people are in fear. Right, so fear is their way to keep us out of manifesting the world that we want. So as long as they can keep us in fear, anger, anxiety, and so forth, they're able to manipulate the world for their reality that they want. Right, so they're losing that grip, and that is what we're seeing. It's not so much that they're being taken out of power and so forth, but of course that's happening. But it's because of their inability to manipulate our consciousness and use our loosh, our energy, to formulate the reality that they desire. So we're taking that away from them. So that is the key that you need to focus on. When you feel yourself going into anger or fear or anything like that, know that you're basically giving them power and you're creating the world that they want. All right. So that's another reason to be in that, peaceful, meditative, love vibrational state of consciousness. And a lot of you say, how can I exist in that? It's like, I can tell you that I've been in combat zones, and when I go into that state of consciousness, I'm exceptionally effective. All right. So that's where more and more of you are starting to see yourselves. And that's the thing that really scares them, because then they can't manipulate and control us, and they can't do their little false flag events, and we're like, oh, false flag event, that's stupid, whatever. All right, so it's just like, what? That's nothing. That's all you guys got now? It is. That's about all they got. So military, I believe, is going to be activated. There will be fair elections. President Trump is going to, do an emergency declaration for fair elections, for election fraud, and this is going to get exposed. And then we'll move into his making that call. We saw it yesterday where President Trump has said that he's going to pull the National Guard from Chicago, Illinois, and Portland. All right, Chicago, L.A., and Portland, and he basically telegraphed they'll be back. He outright said that they'll be back. You would think that the Democrat, incompetent idiots that are mayors and governors of those states would have loved, because their crime rates are down and the problems they had, but they don't want to admit. They would rather their cities, their states collapse, and that's kind of the intention anyway. But they would rather it collapse than giving President Trump and the White Hats and those of us that are higher consciousness that desire that outcome. They would rather it collapse and go into chaos, which is where it's headed. So President Trump will have to send back the military into those types of cities going forward this year. All right. So it will be probably some kind of military directive. Of course, it's not going to be across the country. Some states, some cities are well maintained. There's no problems in them. That's not going to happen everywhere. The citizens, good mayors, which is unfortunately rare. Unfortunately rare in almost all major cities. Virtually all major cities are Democrat. I put that up before. I've showed everybody. and you can look that up for yourself. You do the critical thinking aspect of that for yourself. Ask, all the major cities of the U.S. Which are Democrat and then which are Republican. And sometimes it doesn't matter if it's a Republican, because we saw that in Miami. Miami mayor was a friggin' rhino beyond belief. So it doesn't really matter. You look at what's going on in the city, and if the city is having some problems, or you can anticipate problems happening in those cities, like I do for Miami, then you're going to see very corrupt people in those positions, which we just saw a Democrat. Everybody was surprised. There was elected mayor of Miami. Duh. Right. So until we get fair elections, which is what President Trump is going to do for the 2026 election, there will be a red wave. Now, a lot of people anticipated and talked about red waves for the last several cycles. I said, nope, there's not going to be a red wave. Nope, it's not. 2018, even President Trump said, if we don't get control of our election process, we're not going to have a red wave. And sure enough, we didn't have one in 2018. In fact, I think we lost the House, and I don't know if we lost the Senate, but we had when President Trump came in his first term, just like now, he had control of both houses and the presidency. So everything was covered. So now we have that again. If elections were to continue the way they have, then he would and will, if it doesn't change, lose definitely the House and very potentially the Senate. So with the federal troops coming out and making sure there's fair election, we will see a red wave finally on a massive scale. And it will happen across the country, across everything, mayors, governors, and so forth, across the board. It won't completely take out Democrats. So it's going to be a process as well, just like the CIA slowly squeezed out of existence, the FBI squeezed out of existence into something new, but and the Fed and the IRS all squeezed out eventually, guys. All right, before Trump is completely out of office, all of those will be squeezed into something different. All right, so it's a process. It takes time. You can't just come in and like you come into a haunted house. You're like, okay, we're just going to put in some nice lights and we're going to sing Kumbaya. It's going to be fine. No, you're going to have to probably tear a lot of stuff out of the house, and probably the best thing is just collapse the whole thing and rebuild. Right. So that's what we're going to see with a lot of these institutions. Democrat Party being one of them. Republican Party will see a big change, I believe, in the political system as well. It's not just the Democrats, it's Republicans as well. Republicans are almost as worthless as Democrats, in some cases more worthless. But we'll see a turnaround in the entire political machine. People like myself, if I wanted to run for office, I would have the opportunity, if I had a good, I'm going to do this, I have this team, and we're going to do this. I wouldn't have to have a lot of money. They would give money to anyone instead of GOP, only GOP or only a Democrat Party, and then they manipulate who is going to go to the top. Like imagine if Kamala Harris and Tim Walz had won the election. Oh my God, what we'd be in a hell country now. It's already a hell country, but it would have been, probably God would have completely turned his back. We'd probably have earthquakes all over the place and tsunamis and volcanoes going off everywhere. So it's and people running for their lives for all the criminals that would be running through the streets. So we definitely turned things around just with the election and the new elections that's coming in 2026. I believe are going to be very significant towards the Republican Party. Very significant. So I didn't, like I said, I called that 2018 wouldn't be good. I saw 2018. I didn't believe that there was no way that Trump would step aside, even if they cheated him out of it. But I didn't see we were going to have a red wave. We didn't. In fact, we had a big blue wave. And then 24, I was like, we're not going to have another red wave again, but President Trump's going to be elected. I said that, and he was. So in 2026, this year, we're going to have a red wave finally. All right, significant. Military activated tribunals coming this year. All right. So when this happens, I think it happens before July, well before July, because we're going to have a, what is it, 200, 300 year celebration, whatever it is. It's going to be, we got to have everything online to celebrate. So one of those is going to have to be this judicial system, which is a scourge to the nation, a complete scourge, and it needs to be cleaned up. The only conceivable possible way that the judicial system gets cleaned up is through the military. All right. So somehow, some way, Trump is going to activate the military, and the military will come in, clean up the judicial system, start to come after a lot of the corruption across the country, judges, political types, Democrat, Republican, I don't care. They're going to get cleaned up. Now, all right, so the Ukraine-Russia war will continue. Russia, I believe, takes Odessa somewhere in the middle of this year, maybe a little bit later. Sumy, Kherson, Kharkiv, and they push the border deeper, all along their border with Ukraine. They push deeper. So the war continues probably for another year or two, from what I'm seeing. So one of my predictions from last year was that we're going to have a lot of earthquakes and so forth. And major earthquakes. We had a major earthquake, 8.8. We had a tsunami, like I predicted. We've had volcanoes that are like over the top. I saw somewhere, and I'll try and pull it up, but there's more earthquake activity that has happened this year than in all the times that we've been, doing marking it. All right. So doing logs about when it happened. So whatever that is. So as long as we've been keeping records. So we're going to see these earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanoes act up much, much greater this year. All right. The earth is going through changes just like we are. I don't think that the bad guys are going to really have as much impact as they have in the past. Most of the earthquakes and so forth that we're going to see is just an energy that's coming from the sun, electrical energies and so forth. The earth is, like, as it's going through changes, we're going through changes. So our, biological electrical energy fields are getting ramped up. The energy fields of the earth gets ramped up. So areas that have low or very bad negative vibration will be affected, I believe, going forward. And I think that's going to be one of the things we'll start to see. I've seen this for a long time. I pointed it out. Areas that were very dirty, that have basically had given the Earth Mother a bad deal and had disrupted and done some very bad stuff. They basically had hurricanes and earthquake activity and volcanic activity and so forth. So this earth change activity is going to increase on a level that's never been seen before here on Earth, right? And at least in our known existence. So very, very significant earth change activity this year. Of course, we can look in the past and we can see massive, tsunamis and massive earthquakes splitting the earth and tearing continents apart. We're not going to see it on that level, but we are going to see earth change activity that has rarely been recorded in human history. So very, very intense. Now, Iran, like I said, the Islamists would collapse. I said this 2-3 months ago, and I said that Pahlavi would come back as a king. It wouldn't be the same as it was before. The people in Iran would be, accepted. Now we've already seen. I think Israel will be more accepted this year as well. Israel's gotten a bad name because they've basically had to go in and hammer, the bad guys who were, underneath the sands, and the certain areas of Palestine, and of course, there's atrocities. Atrocities happen in every war. Hello, right? I've seen them, and so they've gotten a lot of negative press on that. Some of it very, very deserving. I wish that some of the stuff that I'd seen had gotten more press, but it didn't. Right, so it was suppressed. So it's good that this negative press has come out. Hopefully, people get held accountable. Rarely, unfortunately, during these military operations, does anybody get held accountable. We saw, that happen in the Vietnam War. I think it was a My Lai massacre where a group of soldiers went in and just massacred the civilians in a village, and that got press, and they were held accountable. But I've seen atrocities, and like I said, they unfortunately rarely, on both sides, rarely get reported. So yes, the Israelis, the military has done atrocities, right? But they're trying to extinguish, and they've done a very good job of a group that's even more atrocious, right? So war is very evil, it's very bad, but sometimes it has to happen. So I think that Israel will get better press. I don't have any dog in this fight, so don't think that, oh, Mike, you turned. No, I don't care. All right. A good prevails, which I think is going to happen in Israel. But I'm not caring about all of the crazy rhetoric that's going on about, Trump being manipulated by Israel. That's complete stupid bullshit, right? So I think that gets revealed. Israel is actually backing the Iranian people, right? They want them. So you don't see any airstrikes going on right now, do you? No. But and I think they knew this, if the Islamists had tried, and they were already barely holding on, and they have been barely holding on for the last several years by a very thin thread, right? So it was just a matter of time before they collapsed. So now we're seeing that collapse is happening very quickly, and we'll see the king come back to Iran, and the Iranian people will rejoice. They will still have cleaning up to do. Just like here in America, we will have a lot of cleaning up to do. Our judges, our politicians, the bad side of the military, so forth. Still, there's going to be a lot of cleaning up that's going to happen around the world. Now in Europe, I see that many of the rulers that are in place in Europe will be replaced, right? And we'll see more and more good people take their positions. Around the world, we're going to see election fraud begin to unravel and stop. And then you'll see merit-based people start to move into a lot of these political positions around the world, which is very positive. Illegal immigrants, Islamists, and so forth are going to be pushed out of America. They're going to be pushed out of Europe. They'll go where they're going to go, back to their countries, where they'll basically their scale of economy, their scale of helping their people doesn't work unless they can sabotage other people, or in a communist system. I've been around the world. I've seen Islamist countries that don't work, right? So unless they're secular, more middle of the road, and I think even the places that are more secular are going to start to push out their radical Islam communities, like in Turkey, in Oman, Saudi Arabia. And so Saudi Arabia has already done a really good job of that. But we'll continue to see around the Middle East, the Islamists are going to get pushed out. And we'll see those countries start to prosper. Of course, they'll still have, problems, just like we still have problems to overcome. But eventually, we're going to see a much better world going forward. Now, as far as the U.S. going to war, I do not see war at all for the U.S. Right? There is not going to be any war. Right? A lot of people are going to play that, just like they played that North Korea was going to shoot nuclear missiles at us, and everybody was scared. I was like, don't worry, because I was working on Kim Jong-un, and Kim Jong-un basically, once he turned, which I saw, and he's the only one that ever turned. Kim Jong-un, the only one that ever turned to the light, and that's when Donald Trump walked across the border and met him, the first American president to do that. So probably North Korea will join South Korea at some point. I don't know if it's going to be this year. A lot of people have been predicting this for a long time, myself included. Will this be the year? It's going to be a stronger potential than ever before. Now, what has to happen? There has to be a collapse in China of their deep state, right? Which is happening. They're like Iran, in my opinion. They're holding on by a sliver, right? So soon they will collapse. It could be this year, but they will collapse within the next couple of years at the latest, right? So that's pretty much my predictions for this year. Of course, I do predictions constantly, right? And I will update these. We'll see. I think in the next couple of weeks, the King Pahlavi basically come back to Iran, but of course it has to be safe before he goes back there. The people have to have pretty much control, and that's rapidly moving in their direction. They're taking down a lot of the places that were ruling over them. They've seized military bases at this time, so that means they have weapons. They're going to have to be very careful going forward. All of their population will need to protect their homes. The men have done a great job. They'll come out even stronger. The women have done a great job. They'll protect the families, the children going forward. So a little bit rough over the probably next few months or so while everything gets cleaned up. These baddies have a way of coming back and doing nasty things. So we could potentially see, over the next several months and year, some very, black flag events or whatever happen in Iran. Of course, we'll see them throughout Europe, and false flags, black flags, red flags, yellow flags, you name the flag, they're going to be happening as the deep state basically loses control and continually tries to exert themselves, create fear, loosh the people, use that loosh to gain power again. And remember, that is the thing that gives them the power, the fear and the anger and the unknowing. So if you're peaceful, and you can be peaceful and kick some ass. Right? I'm a good example, right? So don't think that doesn't have a great bearing on things going forward. So stay in that love vibration. Stay peaceful. Meditate on sending love to the people that we know are bad, like Gavin Newsom, the mayors of a lot of the cities throughout California, the governors of Washington and Oregon, and especially the governor of Colorado. Wow, super bad guy. So I've been working on a lot of those guys, and also the governor of Illinois and the governor of New York. So those are the ones that I'm basically focused on. Keep sending them love like I do. It will have a masterful effect on them. They'll be reduced in power. The energies that are surrounding them, the negative demonic reptilian energies that basically, you know, are empowering them, will be unable to maintain their power within them and exert any kind of control. So that's what I've done with a lot. That's what I've done with everyone that I've, you know, eliminated out of power. You know, Biden, Kamala, all of them, Hillary Clinton, all of them, guys. All the terrorists I worked on, all gone, right? Like I talked about Kim Jong-un, the only one that didn't go to the dark side. And that took a lot of work, right? Took a lot of angelics coming in, helping out. So the angelics are helping me out with these knuckleheaded baddies too. But your love, sending your love to them, and you don't have to love them like you do your wife or your child, guys. It's God's love. It's unconditional. So just send them unconditional love. Just think love, send them love, right? It's that easy. Come on. You can do it. I don't know if I can, geez, I hear that so much, but I think we're turning that corner. So try it, and you'll see it's going to work. All right. All right, guys, we're moving into a fantastic new Earth, and you know, there's going to be, you know, some massive changes. This is to be expected because there's been massive control and force and negative energies here on the Earth for thousands of years. So overcoming them in a very short period of time, which we're doing, is going to cause some, you know, ripples, massive ripples. But just be able to ride those waves and stay in that love frequency, and it'll be a lot easier. All right. We'll see you guys next time. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. We have Dr. Kirk Elliott back with us to talk about the silver markets and the precious metal markets overall. Thanks for joining us again, Dr. Elliott. And what are your thoughts on what's going on?
I mean, literally some of the most exciting and volatile times like that we're seeing. But you know, let's go back to last week. So Christmas. So on Christmas, again, like what happened on Thanksgiving, markets were closed and COMEX decided, there's a cooling tower issue. We're going to halt trading, right? So on Christmas, you look at the volume of silver that was traded. Very low volume, very few participants, because when somebody wants to do something, you like do something with the prices, you do it on a day where there's not much volume because it doesn't take an awful lot to make something happen, right? So you're looking at what happened, and literally silver had jumped from 72, I think, to 75 to 85. It's like literally it shot through the roof. And then all of a sudden in 70 minutes, an hour and 10 minutes, it came down 11%. It was like all the way down to 75 again. And it's like, what is going on? Right. So you look at this and you think, okay, somebody's playing games with something, because that's an extreme day, like nothing we've ever seen. And you look at the financial news media, it's like, oh, the bull market's over, it's done. You know, this is excessive. This is the pullback. No, it's not. You know how I know that this isn't the end of a bull market, but it was just a day of somebody doing something, some funny business, is because of supply and demand. You have low supply, high demand, prices will always go up. That didn't change. So when you see days like this, I view it as a buying opportunity. Well, here's the thing. You know who viewed it as a buying opportunity? China. So in America, you had all this panic selling as it came down 11% in one day. And I can't say the same term for China. On the flip side, it wasn't panic buying. It was an absolute heist, is what I think. Wow. Yeah. I mean, because the silver came down, China wasn't paying. So as the price of silver came down, there was a lot of people selling into that, right? It's like, oh, we got to get out, right? So there was inventory. What did China do? China was paying premiums of like $16 an ounce. They were paying $91 an ounce for physical silver, but it was 75 on COMEX. It's like, why would anybody do that? Right. So here's why. It's because they need it. Right. Nobody would pay that much unless they actually need physical silver. So you look at what's going to happen. What today is the 31st, tomorrow. Right. So tomorrow, China puts export controls on silver to the rest of the world. You have to have a government license to receive silver from China as of tomorrow. So, but for years, China as a government has been encouraging their citizens to hoard gold and silver. Well, all of a sudden they did an about face. It's like, ooh, hoarding is bad. You don't want to do this, right? And blah, blah, blah. Why would they do that? Because they need silver. So a lot of people were saying, and I've watched a bajillion podcasts, and it's like, oh, China's going to limit exports of silver to the rest of the world as an attack against Trump's tariffs. Right? They're ticked about Trump's tariffs, so they're going to stop exports. That's not it. I don't think that's it. They're stopping exports because they need it to stay in the country. So why do they need it to stay in the country? Because of the new demand that's coming. So remember, Michael, when this was maybe you can remember better than me. Was it 9 months ago? We talked about Samsung and their new solid state silver core battery technology.
Oh, amazing. Yep.
I mean, literally, it's going to be incredible. For the electric vehicle market, it's going to double the range, take the charging time from like 12 hours down to 9 minutes for a full charge, and it'll last 20 years. It's like, what EV, when we talked about this, what EV manufacturer is not going to want that new battery technology, right? So, or else they're going to be out of existence when other car manufacturers can do that. Because that's one of the pains of electric vehicles. It's like you can't take a long road trip with it. It takes forever to charge a dumb thing and blah, blah, blah. So the estimates came out last week. When Samsung releases this now, which is coming up very soon, it's going to be 20% of all global mining supply every year goes to Samsung. So here's the problem with Samsung. London is out of silver. They're out. They don't have enough for physical delivery. So just as we talked about as a projected story of how this story ends, you're going to have manufacturers all over the world, whether it's Sony or Elon Musk at Tesla, that are going to start going directly to the refineries and bypassing the stupid exchanges. Because if I were Elon Musk, it's like, well, it's not my fault that London oversold their inventory, that they have over 300 ounces of paper contracts for every 1 ounce of physical delivery, and how they're overextended and they're over leveraged and now they can't deliver. I have a car company. I need to manufacture. I need physical silver. So we speculated that they're just going to start going directly to the refineries and bypass the dumb exchanges altogether, which makes London completely irrelevant, right? So what did Samsung do? So I think it was a week and a half ago, they made this like field trip to Durango, Mexico, and they dealt directly with the mine. Then shored up 2 years of supply for their new solid core silver state battery, right? So it's like, okay, this is wild. So they did exactly what we thought. Now, last week, the news came out about another car manufacturer. So I'm going to ask you this question because I didn't know the answer. I want to see if you do. Have you ever heard of the company BDY?
I've never heard of them. No.
Me neither. It's like, but they're the largest electric vehicle manufacturer in the world.
Wow.
They just happen to be a Chinese EV manufacturer, and there's billions of people in China. So it's like the Tesla of China, but they're massive. Like they're big. So they have already been working on a solid silver core solid state battery for their electric vehicles to give it over 1,000-mile range, charging in 9 minutes, 20-year life. So there's just so much in R&D that they're releasing this thing in all their vehicles in June of 2026. So to me, when I hear that, Samsung was 1.5 to 2 years out, right? So they were already working on it. Samsung was probably just responding to that. It's like, we got to get in this race too. So now BDY, because they're so big, is going to take 20% of all the world's mined silver every year. Samsung, 20%. In two companies, you've got 40% of all the world's silver supply. I mean, this is insane. There's not going to be enough, right? There's simply not going to be enough. So I look at this, and with silver at these crazy high levels, and people are calling me every day and saying, Kirk, A, I should have done this a long time ago, but B, I'm not going to buy at these absolute highs. It's like, why do you think it's an absolute high, right? Do you know what the future is going to look like? Because chances, people were saying the same thing about gold 4 months ago. Oh, I'm not going to buy at the high. I've always been told by my advisor, you buy low and sell high, and you never buy at the high. Well, what is gold now? Almost every single day after 4 months ago, it keeps reaching new highs, right? Mm-hmm. So it wasn't the high. It was just a day in this massive growth trend.
Right.
And so silver, even after its last 2 days have been pretty, well, yesterday was just all over the place. And it closed, it's opened at like 78 and it closed at 75. And today it's like almost 74, right? So it's a 73 point something. So it's like, okay, that's cut down a few bucks in a day. So use it as a buying opportunity, because this isn't a high. I think we're going to see, with all this new demand coming out, this and little supply. I mean, there's like hardly anything, Michael. What Thanksgiving showed us was there's no supply at COMEX or in London. And what Christmas showed us is something even wilder. There's like possibly no supply anywhere, which is why China needs it, because they can't even fulfill production. And so they're paying $16 premium over spot to get silver because they need it. So as I look at this, it's like my estimates of 120 to 140 by late spring, early summer, possibly an understatement of the year, possibly. Right, but I think we possibly hit 200 by the end of next year. And if this plays out with all this new demand and like no supply, even 200 is going to be small, because manufacturers will pay anything humanly possible to make sure that they stay in business. And we're not talking about small manufacturers. We're talking about NVIDIA and Tesla and this big, massive car company, and Samsung and Sony and Lockheed Martin and Boeing. They will pay almost anything, right? Because they're just going to pass it on to the consumer.
And the solar cells. I mean, we're not even talking solar cells, and that's a huge market in India and in China. So it's pretty amazing. I remember when a couple of years ago we were talking about this, and you were like, we're saying, yeah, we're probably going to see triple digits in the future, and then you kind of like shifted because you started seeing all these numbers, and you started upping your estimate. I think it's going to be pretty substantial. And if you look at all of the precious metals that are out there, they're all well over $1,000, $2,000, an ounce. Why isn't silver that high? I think it's going to hit that. What are your thoughts?
Boy, if we do, I will be the happiest guy in the world.
I agree, you will be.
and our tens of thousands of clients all over the country, they're going to be happy, right? So, but here's where these numbers might not be extreme,
right?
Because we've never entered a world. So let's go back to 1980, right? When silver was spiking, the Hunt brothers had cornered the market, government changed the rules, and they had to go bankrupt, right? So people are comparing today. Oh, there's going to be government intervention on the price, and they're going to change margin requirements, and it's going to be the Hunt brothers all over again. It's like, no, it's not. I'll tell you this right now. It is not going to be that, because what were the Hunt brothers? It was pure speculation. It was speculators running that time. This one is actually physical demand. Yeah. There is lack of physical silver, and the world needs it for just about everything. This is why a week ago, Elon Musk posted this X post where he said, oh, look at the price of silver. This is very dangerous for the world. This because it's getting up too high and everything needs silver, right? So, and he knows that with SpaceX heavily in electronics, with Tesla heavily in electronics, all the robotics that they do, everything that he produces needs silver, right? So you just look at some of this stuff and it's like, this is what China did was a heist. You know, they gobbled up all the available physical silver that they could when the price was driven down because of panic selling in America. And the next day goes up a few bucks. Today it's like sitting there, it's down some. But our projections when in January, when silver was $28.50, and we talked about this probably a dozen times, maybe even more over the year. What's it going to be at the end of the year? 67 to 75. Well, we ended up at like 73, right in there. And people thought we were crazy for saying it was going to get that high because silver ended up the year, I think, at 160% growth for the year, 160%. And gold wasn't too shabby either. It was up like 65%. It was like, this is amazing, right? You look at this, both of those are doing so well because this is a paradigm shifting moment, right? In the global economy, as central banks are looking at what's value and what's not. Consumers are looking at that. People want safety. They want something that's real. Well, what's safer than investing? And I'll tell you what's safer. Nothing is safer than this. What's safer than buying the commodity that the whole world needs and there's none of it? It's like,
yeah,
can't think of anything safer.
We're seeing also, I mean, we talked about this as well. When we start to see people lining up in America, because they've already done this in other places of the world, for silver in silver shops, and I see it online. I follow all these guys, and people are lined up at the door buying silver and gold now in massive quantities. I saw some guy come in and I think he spent like $170,000 for silver and gold. So we're going to see, this thing explode, but that's not going to last much longer because, silver, all the precious metals took a nosedive because there's a lot of pressure on it because it went so high so fast. They got to take a little break. It's okay.
Yeah.
We're going to see the ups and downs. We talked about this, but all the online dealers, they did not lower their prices at all.
No. You know why? Because they're selling out of their own inventory. So we don't. We deal directly with the depository. We drop ship from there. So then we're going to have active prices every single second, just depending on what the markets are.
Mm-hmm.
When you're selling out of your own inventory, let's say you bought in silver at $80 an ounce, 2 days before. What are you going to do? Are you going to sell it for a loss, or are you just going to hose clients that come in? No, you're probably going to hose the next clients that came in and say, oh, boy, the demand is really high right now, so the premiums are sticky. It's like, no, they're not. You just don't want to lose money, and you're going to stick it to the next person that calls you to buy. I mean, that's how the industry basically operates.
Yeah, and so waiting also, like we've talked about, for silver to go down or other precious metals for that matter, you're probably not going to get it. So I know a lot of people are like, well, when it goes down, I'll buy. You better get on board right now while you can. We talked about this, when it hit 50, get in and get on. And people are, it went down like it's doing right now. And they're whining because they're like, you told us to get on, now it's slower. It's like, don't worry, it's going to go much higher. So now we're like, we hit 80, almost 85. And that was my range. I said 75 to 85 by the end of the year. We've already hit it. So it's pretty amazing. I say next year, early part of next year, we could be seeing $100 easy.
Oh, easy. I mean, literally easy. If we didn't have this little correction, because I think China is absolutely manipulating the broadcast airwaves right now. And if you look on YouTube and on these different podcasts and you see Asian guy.
Yeah.
I mean, so where did he come from? He wasn't even a thing 3 weeks ago.
When I heard him at first, I was like, who's that American guy that's talking? And then it was an Asian guy. I was like, oh, whoa, what's going on here?
This is so AI. I mean, it's just weird. It's just weird. Yeah. But anyways, he's done video after video after video, like every day or every 2 days, like clockwork. And people are calling me all the time. It's like
multiple a day.
Oh, he's referencing this bill that Trump signed that's going to actually confiscate silver because it's on the critical minerals list. It's like, wait a second. This bill, it was an education bill from 2024. It's not a climate bill that has anything to do with anything. Making stuff up, right? Yep. So, but some of the stuff is actually really good that I hear from him, right? So here's where you have to use wisdom and discernment, and not believe everything that you hear, right? So I was doing some research on this guy, and well, it seems to be that it's just Chinese propaganda, right? They need to manipulate the price of silver because they don't have it. Well, what is this guy saying? It's like, so you can't store anything at the depository. Boy, why would you ever want bullion? It's confiscatable. Here's my suggestion. You take all of your bullion that you paid hardly anything for, and you send it to PCGS to get it certified as a rare coin for $30 an ounce. It's like, what? That's the dumbest idea I've ever heard, to certify bullion, because then it's going to be collectible. And don't ever do that. Don't listen to nonsense like that. That's by somebody trying to get more bullion because they need it for manufacturing, or it's done by some dealer that's using stupid, shady tactics that says, oh, you got to have something that's rare and collectible, so it's non-confiscatable. It's like, you know what? The government can confiscate whatever they want, whenever they want, because they're the government, right? It has nothing to do with something is rare or bullion. Don't ever overpay for your stuff. Don't ever overpay for it, right? And don't ever get something where a firm has to make a market for it to sell it. Like what we talked about a few weeks ago when we were talking about, the Gold Grift book, right? Yeah. So some of these firms, and that's a fantastic book, by the way. I encourage everybody to read it. You will learn.
I got it. I'm reading it. It's a great book. Yeah.
It's wild and it's disgusting. I mean, the stories that are told by some of the dealers in this industry, disgusting.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyways,
that's what I love about you. You have a degree in economics and you have a degree in theology. So you're on the up and up. So that's what I love. Everyone watching you is like, you're not going to get taken advantage of here. You're going to actually get I know for a fact, we talked offline before in the past, that you have gone out of your way to protect people within this business. So kudos to you. Yeah.
I mean, well, and so here's the thing with that. I don't view, like when you invest, Michael, it's not my money. I don't even think it's your money. I think it's God's money, and we're all called to be steward with what God gives us. So if you want to take advantage of somebody, okay, you're not dealing with their money, you're dealing with God's money. It's like, I wouldn't want to touch that with a 1,000-foot pole and do something bad with it, right? But I can't put my judgments and my views on other people because they don't think like I do. But that's how I think. It's just who I am. It's part of who I am. So if you dealt with everybody in life that you're dealing with God's money, the whole world would change. You wouldn't have as much corporate greed and corruption and everything, right? It's just like, boy, the love of money, it makes people do bad things, right? So anyways, I don't mean to get off on a rabbit trail, but some of these
that's a good point. The love of money. So you're not loving money, it's God's money, and you're basically like the biblical story where the father sent the sons out with money, and several of them came back, they'd doubled it or tripled it or whatever. And then the one son said, here, I bring it all back to you. I buried it and hid it. And he was like, what are you thinking about? So this is what you're doing, is basically teaching people how to take God's money and prosper with it.
Well, absolutely. I mean, the verse that so many people take out of context, money is not evil. The love of money is evil. You can do amazing good things with money. You can give, you can be benevolent with it. You can do lots of stuff, right? But the love of money means that money controls you rather than you controlling money as a tool, right? So, I mean, it's just different. It's a different mindset. It's a heart issue, right? So yeah, we take that in everything we do. It's this common thread that goes through everything that we do. And I will consult with people. It's like, Don't be too tight-fisted with your money. Have an open hand. Be givers. Be generous, and just watch how the world around you starts to change.
Yeah.
It's an
Now,
amazing thing.
I want to kind of go along the same line of thought. Empty table, sanctions, battered currency. Why Iran's protests are different this time? So we're seeing pretty much the collapse, and it is going to happen. The collapse of the Iranian Islamists and controlling Iran. Now and they're taking over cities right now. The people are. So here is another one where in Iran they have the largest increase in Christianity anywhere in the world over the last 20 years. So
wow.
what are your thoughts on that? So we're seeing a collapse of their currency, like we're talking about. We don't want to have that happen here in America, but we're seeing it collapse there because there's some very serious questions we need to be asking about the Muslim religion. But Christianity is on the uprise, and now the people are basically taking back their country. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, I think it's the beginning of a revival, so to speak. I think around the world, God is opening the eyes of people's hearts, if that makes sense, right? And they're starting to understand and dissect the difference between truth and fiction, right? And they're starting to understand what true love means, right? In the sense of love your neighbor, right? It's like, what does that mean? It just means don't focus on how you're different. Focus on what you have in common. View everybody, and this is my prayer for all of us, is that we would view people the way that God viewed them when he created them, right? Not the way that man views them or woman views them, right? It's like, how does God view people? Well, he views them differently than we view people, right? And it's like, and so I think all over the globe, God is taking the spiritual blinders off of people and opening the eyes of their heart so they can see truth. And truth always acts as a magnet to pull people towards it.
Yeah, that's beautiful. And here's an account where it says Iran has perhaps the fastest growing Christian population in the world. Elam Ministries, a group which seeks to strengthen and expand the church there, says that more Iranians have become Christians in the last 20 years than the previous 13 centuries combined.
My word. Wow.
So it is obviously going to have a massive impact. Now, I've been all over the Middle East. I spent half of my 35 years in CIA and also in the SEAL teams at the highest levels. And I can tell you, every time that the Muslims came in and force, they basically drove the Christians out. I think that's going to reverse now. What are your thoughts on that?
It wouldn't surprise me. I mean, literally, when God starts moving, things just happen that don't make sense in the physical realm, but they make all the sense in the spiritual realms, right? And so, like, there's stories in the Old Testament, God make the sun stand still, right? How could small dinky armies, win and defeat big massive armies? Well, with God's intervention, that can happen. How could David, right? It's like, what? How did that happen, right? Well, it's because when God is for you, who can be against you, right? So I think these things that are starting to happen are happening for a reason. They're happening for such a time as this. Now, what we have to ask ourselves is, why did God place us here on this earth for right now? Why didn't he create us 400 years ago or 400 years from now? Why are we here right now? It's because we all have a purpose. We all have a calling. We need to understand what that is, whether that's to impact your neighbor or the country or the world. But really, it comes with being transformed. Transformed people can transform cities, right? So I would take heed to that calling and that inner voice that's just, speaking to you all the time, and starting to have that, even if it's a gentle whisper, drown out the noise of the world so you can be everything that God created you for, right? Yes. And we are here for this. We're here for such a time as this, right?
Beautiful.
So figure that out.
Yeah, that's fantastic. So great conversation today. And of course, we always encourage people to, go to your website, kepm.com, to, get the best deals on silver and gold, because we're moving in that direction where, you know, I think we're like a little around 50, getting close to 50 to 1 now. And I think it's going to go a lot lower very quickly. A lot lower, yeah. So that's kind of the transition where we take our silver and start to accumulate some more gold. So definitely jump in. There's contact information on here, of course, 720-605-3900. Be sure to tell them that Jaco sent you. And we look forward to doing more of these shows together. Dr. Kirk Elliott, thanks so much for your insights.
You bet. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, definitely. All right, that was fantastic. Good.
I remember that old cliche, the revolution will not be televised. That certainly seems to be the case now. I'm seeing the biggest news blackout I've ever seen in the English media sphere, including a lot of the so-called alternative media. The big thing, of course, was the so-called emergency speech made by Donald Trump on Wednesday. Tucker Carlson was told by a member of Congress that he was going to declare war. And before that, Trump posted that he was going to stop all the flows of Venezuelan oil. Before that, he said he was going to close Venezuelan airspace. Well, neither of these things happened because the military has figured out that the Trump, what we're seeing on our screens and in these White House press briefings, is not Donald Trump. He's a fake. He's not their commander-in-chief. And the proof is that he was unable to declare war, even though he had told members of Congress that is what he was going to do. This is a huge development. It shows that something big is going to happen. And of course, the real reason Trump was going to declare war is because he needed to use the War Emergencies Act to prevent the release of the Epstein files, which is due for December 20th. Well, we'll see if that happens. But when you actually listen to his speech, he talks about $18 trillion that he's gotten. Well, from his tariffs and from promises of investments. Well, in the 11 months, what actually happened is he got $236 billion in tariffs, which is basically a tax on American citizens. And that's not anywhere even a fraction of what they need to stop the United States from going bankrupt. We'll see what happens, but it's definitely looking very terminal for this fake show. But I think things are going to happen in the EU first, because there is a full-blown revolution going on there that it once again is not going to be televised until it's really over. But the big thing that's going on in Europe now is that farmers across the continent are revolting, because basically what's going on is the Khazarian mafia is trying to bankrupt farmers through various forms of legislation in order to seize their land. And the farmers have broken into EU headquarters, and they've shut down London, and they're protesting in Greece, France, everywhere. Watch these next 3 video clips to see how intense that is. Okay, you can see from the videos that the police are running away. They're unable to do anything about it. And in what I posted in my weekly report on Monday, you can see that the tanks that were sent in London to suppress the farmers actually sided with the farmers. So this is going to, get more intense. And already, again, this is not being reported in the West, but the government of Bulgaria has fallen because they were going to try to impose the euro on their citizens, and mass protests, put a kibosh on that. And another huge news item that is nowhere in the Western press is that Gerhard Schroeder, the former Prime Minister, Chancellor of Germany, went on German TV, and he said that in 2018, the current Chancellor, Friedrich Merz, was summoned to the 44th floor of BlackRock Tower, and he was told by Larry Fink that Germany had to stop buying cheap oil and gas from Russia and had to buy expensive oil and gas from America. The result is that German industry has fallen by 20% since 2018. And for example, Volkswagen just closed a factory that had been running for 88 years. They're destroying Germany, and they've reached a point where the Germans are in revolt. So this is happening everywhere, and it's not going to get better. They're not going to stay in power. Now, Ursula von der Leyen has already had most of her former colleagues arrested in the Ukrainian corruption scandal, and the dragnet is closing in on her. She's trying to steal Russian assets in order to prevent the bankruptcy of the EU, but the Russians have said they're going to go after anybody who does that. They've publicly said it, and I'm assuming they're going to, take physical action, although, the TASS reports talk about all legal means. And here's another clip I want you to watch. This is a Polish politician pulling down the EU flag, stepping on it, and burning it. What we're seeing is the collapse of a system of Babylonian debt slavery and the freedom of the Western people from slavery. And if you still don't understand that you are slaves, take a look at this clip about your birth certificate and your social security number, in case you didn't know this was true. Watching the end of a very ancient regime, and they're running out of tools. Like I say, they put in a fake Trump, but his actions, reveal that he is not the commander-in-chief who was elected by the American people to drain the swamp. He's a fake replacement. And they do that with all sorts of people. It's pretty clear, for example, that Kash Patel, who we're seeing on our screens, is not the Kash Patel who was promising a couple of years ago to release the Epstein files. Instead, they replaced him with a fake. And the rank and file are revolting. They're no longer being able to, you elect a leader to do something, and then he's replaced with somebody who does the opposite, and people are sick and tired of that. They're not going to allow it to continue. And the other thing that people need to understand is that the only thing that is stopping the European people from becoming Chinese Communist Party slaves is Russia. In China now, huge numbers of people are homeless because they have been cut out of the digital currency because their social credit score was too low. And now they're homeless, living on the streets. That's the sort of future they were going to impose on us unless we do something about them. And here's some news that it's an exclusive to this podcast, which is, and it's huge as far as I'm concerned, Russian troops are fighting Chinese troops in Thailand and Cambodia. I was looking at, I was trying to figure out what was going on with these clashes between Cambodia and Thailand. It just didn't make sense. And so I asked some Thai royals and some military intelligence in the region. And what they say is what's happening is China is trying to take over Cambodia and build a big deep water port there. And the Russians are trying to stop them. The Russians have made an alliance with all the countries around China. So North Korea, Mongolia, India, Vietnam, etc. And now apparently Thailand so that they all agree that it will ally and fight together to prevent Chinese expansionism. And the only force that is able to militarily prevent China from moving all the way to Spain is Russia. So these idiots in the so-called coalition of the willing, who are still trying to destroy Russia, are the enemies of the European people. And let's make it clear, there's a few people we need to get rid of in order to finish this nightmare that we're all going through. These are, of course, Larry Fink, Bill Gates, the fake Trump, Ursula von der Leyen, Keir Starmer of the UK, Friedrich Merz of Germany, and then, of course, Jean-Michel de Rothschild, who's cross-dressing and pretending to be Brigitte Macron. The usual suspects. We need to round these people up and make them face charges, war crimes charges. And these are worse war crimes, I would say, than even World War II. For example, a recent opinion poll of Americans found out that you get a slap on the wrist over. Now, this is something you get hung for, okay? And that's the sort of thing we need to do. And we also, need to make sure they don't get away with replacing leaders with fakes anymore. And these are not clones, okay? They're people who are selected because they look similar. They're given plastic surgery. They're trained to mimic, and then they use computer graphics. So we also need to make sure that the fake King Charles is removed, and most importantly, we need to take away control of their magic money printing machine, because that's the source of their power. I'm just going to check my notes to see if I have something I missed. Oh yeah, another huge news item that is not being reported by Drudge or anywhere else is the massive flooding in the northwest of the United States. 3 states are completely underwater. This appears to be some sort of weather warfare attack. I'm going to try to find out what the motives are, but it's clearly not a natural event. Take a look at this video to see. Major turning point. People are waking up en masse, and especially in the military and the intelligence community, understand that Western civilization will collapse unless we throw out these Khazarian mafia criminals. And of course, that means Benjamin Netanyahu has to go, and we need to get the Egyptian military and the Turkish military to move into Israel and clean up that nest and restore the nation state of Judea, which will be multicultural and multinational. Another thing I'd like to point out is I didn't want to celebrate Hanukkah because that is a holiday that actually represents the mass murder of assimilated Jews, and I do not go along with this. However, I do wish to wish everyone a Merry Christmas. And people need to understand that the Bible does not say when Jesus Christ was born. So what they did was they took the old solar new year and replaced it with Jesus Christ. But the fact is that in the northern hemisphere, the sun keeps setting further north every day until the 21st of December. And then for 3 days, it appears to set in the same place. And then on December 25th, it starts to move south again. The days start getting longer. So this is a solar new year. We all live under the same sun, and I think we can all celebrate this holiday, even if you're not Christian. So Merry Christmas and Happy Solar New Year to everybody. And I hope to see you again next week. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. After watching Trump's December 17th televised address, many people expected something more consequential, but instead saw a tightly scripted, humorless, and usually self-focused delivery that felt more like an imitation of Trump than his typical presence. Some viewers even noted inconsistencies in physical cues such as height and presence, which led to speculate about whether the speaker was actually Trump or possibly a stand-in. At the same time, this address coincided with the renewed signaling around the election case and a period of extreme weather events across the country. From your perspective, do you see any legitimacy in the speculation about the authenticity of the appearance, or in the idea that the timing and tone of the speech surrounding the events were part of a coordinated narrative or psychological operation?
As I mentioned in my talk, the Khazarian mafia was hoping to use their bought and paid Congress and their fake Trump, and he's obviously fake. Just use your own eyes. Compare the different pictures. Look at the height. They were hoping to fool the military into declaring war in order to prevent themselves from being arrested for war crimes, and it failed. So he was not able to declare war, which was the plan. Instead, he repeated these lies about $18 trillion. And by the way, as an example of these lies, okay, he came to Japan and said he's going to get $550 billion. Well, 3 months later or 2 months later, he's got exactly zero. The same thing with South Korea. So he's not getting, the world is not going to invest $18 trillion in this crime syndicate. They want to pull the plug on them. And their fake Trump is no longer fooling very many people. This whole thing is coming to a crash. And that speech, I think, was a sign of that. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Have there been any significant political or security developments unfolding in South Africa that have not been adequately covered in mainstream reporting?
Well, I don't know about South Africa, but the big thing in Africa is that they have cut themselves off from the Western financial system. Muammar Gaddafi of Libya was the first because he tried to do this by having a gold-backed African currency to get away from the U.S. dollar and the Khazarian mafia financial system. Well, now they've done it. They've announced their own financial system, and that means Africa is no longer going to be raped for its resources. And I don't normally give investment advice, but I'd say getting in Africa now would be like getting in on ground zero in China back in the day, and I'd highly recommend it. But of course, due diligence, as always, is required. Next question.
And with the newly passed U.S. defense authorization bill including limiting funding for Ukraine, which was far less than previous levels, how do you assess the sustainability of Western support for Ukraine and the likely long-term outcome of the war?
Well, the Ukraine war was a genocide against the Ukrainian people. The idea was to remove the Russian and other peoples from the Ukraine and make a new homeland for the Ashkenazi Jews, the revival of the Khazarian Empire. So, for example, Wagner, remember all these reports about Ukraine fighting Wagner? Well, it was the same people. Zelensky and Wagner worked together. Zelensky would grab Ukrainian men off the streets, they send them to a certain area, and then they tell Wagner where they were, and Wagner would kill them with artillery. So this was always about a mass bribery campaign, using money that was supposed to go to Ukraine to bribe politicians in the West, as well as a genocide against the Ukrainian people. And it was not, but it was also an attempt to destroy Russia. The whole thing is blowing up in their faces, and they're not going to get away with this. They're going to face war crimes trials. The whole thing is ending. And Zelensky killed. He's not there. He's just a TV thing in the West. Next question.
Hi, Ben. The Donald Trump administration has just ordered a naval blockade on sanctioned oil tankers entering or leaving Venezuela. Given this, do you think this move signals a real shift in global oil geopolitics, or is it merely a bluff tied to election case pressure?
Well, he was trying to start a war with Venezuela, but the Russians and the Chinese read the Riot Act to the American military, and the American military are now working with the Russians and the Chinese. So no, it failed. Okay, it was an attempt to avoid bankruptcy by stealing Venezuelan oil, as well as an attempt to avoid Epstein file release by declaring war, and it's failing. It's failed. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. With the European Union facing increasing internal strain from farmers' protests, rising energy costs, growing resistance to climate regulations, and the continued decentralization of power in Brussels despite national pushback, do you see the EU entering a phase of managed decline? And do you believe this is actually steering that process behind the scenes? Or who do you believe is steering the process?
I don't think it's going to be managed decline. I think these people are going to fight, to the end, because they know that they're these actual Nazis, and they know they're going to face war crimes. So I didn't post a clip, but I was sent one of Ursula von der Leyen saying she's going to stay in the EU headquarters until they got money for Ukraine. Well, they're not going to get that money, so hopefully she'll stay in there until she's arrested. But I think the EU is coming to an end. I don't want to be caught on timing, but mathematically and financially, they are doomed. Okay, well, thanks for tuning in, and next podcast will be after Christmas, so Merry Christmas to everybody.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So we're seeing the continual chopping at America from the Democrat Party, and the intended destruction of America. Now we'll look deeper into how the Democrat Party wokeism, basically destroying, intention of destroying American culture, make it more vulnerable. We're going to look at all of the different. Nigeria just got struck by President Trump. What does that mean? All the way back to, I think it was February, where we struck a Somali cave that had ISIS leaders in it. Somalian, right? Where in America are a lot of Somalians that are part of a lot of fraud that we're going to find out, and we have been finding out. They're using that to fund terrorists in Minnesota. So this fraud is being exposed. President Trump is potentially stopping out what could be multiple Black Hawk Downs throughout American cities, right? And by hitting foreign terrorist groups and stopping cargo ships from going to different places like Iran, from China, with U.S. military forces, and stopping oil coming from Venezuela going to China with U.S. military SEALs. Thank you. And then using that oil to fund our military operations against them. Right. So with Juan O'Savin on last night, talking about how China is funded by the City of London. City of London controls China, right? And they probably control Iran too. And they control Ukraine. So it sounds like we need to do a strike on the City of London in my warrior's mind. But, I evidently that's not going to happen. Maybe not anytime soon. But they're destroying Europe just like they're trying to destroy America. The rape numbers in Europe are through the roof, right? So they had all this illegal immigration from areas where rape is completely acceptable. And what do you think is going to happen when you bring people like that into your country? Hello. So that's what we're seeing here in America too. We saw a lot of that happening here. And of course, the raping of American women has been pretty catastrophic as well. So the destruction of America by the Democrat Party, I've talked about it for years. It seems like it doesn't really get any traction. But I think now and going into next year, it's really going to pick up pace, right? And there's going to be a lot of people very, very unhappy with the Democrat Party, seeing what they're up to. So more and more reveals are coming, just like we're seeing in Minneapolis, Minnesota as a whole, right? And then, of course, that's going to translate into other Democrat hellhole states, right? So let's look at some of this, and it's going to be very enlightening. I know many people still are under the impression the Democrat Party is good. Many are still under that impression, right? We need to educate people and help them understand that is not the case, and until we do, we're going to have the possibility of cities being basically destroyed. All right, Iran's president has claimed that his country is in an all-out war with the West, days before Donald Trump meets with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. So he said that full-scale war with the U.S., Israel, and Europe was worse than Iran's war with Iraq in the 1980s, in which hundreds of thousands of people died. We are in a full-scale war with the U.S., Israel, and Europe. They do not want our country to stand on its feet, right? So, yes, that's true, right? We want your regime replaced, and so do the people of Iran want your regime replaced. Now, will the people of Iran be able to, strike back and take down their regime? They have definitely been in the process of that. Of course, every time they try that, there's, hell to pay for that. But I think we're going to see, I firmly believe that next year, Iran, the leadership of Iran will go away. U.S. commandos raided ship traveling from China to Iran, seized dual-use tech. Now they don't say what that dual use tech is. It says transporting dual use military technology. So dual use, I don't know, for, hammering the people of your country, right? That are trying to rise up against you. And also for military targets that are coming in to destroy you, as we've been seeing with Israel and the U.S. Trying to take out its nuclear capabilities. All right, so the ship's name, its owner, and the flag under which it was sailing have not been disclosed. Neither Iran nor China immediately responded to the report, right? So Navy SEALs went on and seized it. Also, like I talked about earlier, there's a seizure that took place weeks before with U.S. troops seizing a Venezuelan oil tanker in the Caribbean Sea and stole its cargo in a move Caracas condemned as theft and piracy. Now, that was supposed to go to China as well. China. So we're basically, stopping out the capability of Venezuela to fund its military control system. The people of course, there's people that are in Venezuela that support that government. And so I don't think we're going to go in and, hammer it, but we're basically going to squeeze it till it's out of existence. Now, Iran, speaking of, so it's a triangle that's going on there, where Iran has sent a lot of its people, I don't know, hundreds of thousands of people into Venezuela over several years, and they're all in Venezuela. And they've helped it, build its military, Hezbollah and Hamas from Iran. So that's one of the reasons why we're going after Iran. Multiple reasons, of course, we're going after Venezuela. Election fraud that they used on us from Venezuela. Of course, in Colorado, Tren de Aragua, that is basically running the Colorado government to a great extent. And we're talking about that, how the Colorado governor is a very corrupt person, obviously, and it's part of the Democrat system. They've gone corrupt, and I'll talk about how and why the Democrat system has gone corrupt and how they're trying, like I said, to bring in wokeism and destroy America. All right. So destroy America from within and then leave it open to Somali warlords to start to take down cities and so forth, like they did in Somalia, where we had Black Hawk Down. All right. So it's going to be very interesting. U.S. airstrikes against ISIS in Nigeria. So ISIS has spread quite a bit throughout the world. We took them down, in Iraq, but they have spread to other countries, Syria, and so forth. So ISIS airstrikes against Nigeria raised questions over strategy and analysis. So on Christmas Day, so Trump had warned them, about their strikes on Muslim extremists, their strikes on Christians, and they have been very aggressively. So for years, extremist groups such as Boko Haram have been carrying out atrocities in northern Nigeria, and it's a problem across Africa, where various terrorist groups operate. Now, a lot of these are funded, as we're probably going to find out, and I can't say that right up front, but a lot of these, I think we're going to find out that China is funding, and and Iran. So with Iran and China, pushing terrorism around the world, they're going to be pushed back on. And again, I think it's because of the British are pushing this. The British Empire still is alive and well throughout the world through the City of London. I previously warned these terrorists that if they did not stop the slaughtering of Christians, there would be hell to pay. And tonight, there was. The Department of War executed numerous perfect strikes, as only the United States is capable of doing. Under my leadership, Donald Trump, of course, our country will not allow radical Islamic terrorism to prosper. So if we hit it where it's strongest overseas, then it's, conduits back to the United States are being taken out. So it's easier for us if we take down, speaking to you as a military expert, if we take down the, where the source is, we destroy the source. And then as they're trying to, come in like octopus, with all these tentacles, with the cartels and so forth, that are taken over by a lot of Hamas and Hezbollah and Chinese. So if we basically destroy them outside of the U.S., they don't have the funding, they don't have the ability. We're basically taking down their, capabilities of, keeping the dialogue and so forth, to taking away the leadership. So that's what I did when I was overseas working with the CIA. We would go after the leadership of terrorist groups. And there, a lot of times that would eventually, destroy those terrorist groups. Of course, other groups like SEAL Team 6 and Delta and some other groups would actually hit targets very effectively in Afghanistan and in Pakistan, and basically take down those groups on a massive level, right? So we have been doing this for a long time, and 20 years, over 20 years, on a physical level. So we've been, even all the way back when I was in, 30 years ago, we were looking at going in and having to rescue, potentially when I was at SEAL Team 6, going in to rescue, leadership in oil companies and so forth in Venezuela. Of course, unfortunately, that did not happen. Basically, they seized all that money, equipment, and oil, everything that U.S. and Britain, all those oil companies had in Venezuela. They just seized it. So we're going to take it back, right, at some point. But we're not going to take it all. The people of Venezuela will become, once we go in and clean out the terrorists that are running that country, Venezuela will become one of the most wealthiest countries in the world. And the people will prosper like crazy. They will go back to Venezuela. Now, the same thing will happen in Iran once that, terrorist organization that's running Iran gets taken down. I don't know when the terrorist organization in the city of London gets taken down, but at some point, I believe it will be. All right. And it's fomenting a lot of the problems in Europe and all around the world. So at some point, it will have to be targeted. I don't know what kind of kinetic, if there's going to be a kinetic strike or just squeeze them to they don't have the money anymore. But at some point, the city of London goes down, right? So under my leadership, like he says, we will not allow radical Islamic terrorism to prosper, even here in the United States. They're going after it here in the United States as well. May God bless our military, and Merry Christmas to all. This was a nice Christmas present to the Christians in Nigeria, and they said so, in fact. They were very happy that these strikes happened. Imagine you're in, I don't know, Minneapolis, right? And so there's a strike that finally happens, and the Christians that survive, there in Minneapolis would be very happy about that. So just kind of a little speculation of what's to come in some of these areas, guys. All right, we need to start talking about this, and we need to talk about it very seriously. All right, so because they're going to say, "Oh, he's a hater," but I'm going to show you. There's a little film where they are the haters. They are the fascists. They are the people that don't like white people. right? So I can tell you that from all the people that I spoke with after Black Hawk Down, some of my SEAL buddies that were there. It was they didn't like Whitey, right? So, and of course we're there trying to feed them and help them, and that turned into be a goat rope. Thanks to the Democrat leadership of Bill Clinton, right? So let's look at a little Black Hawk Down scene so you can see what it might look like in some of the U.S. cities if we don't start cleaning these a-holes out.
When everybody else is shooting the same direction.
Now I've seen this. I and other psychics have seen this. We've talked about this for at least a decade. That we see this happening, just like you saw in Black Hawk Down in U.S. cities, right? So this is what the Democrat Party is bringing to America. And there's a lot of people that are, like as I say, consciously compromised. They still believe in the Democrat Party and will still mindlessly support the Democrat Party, even as it's very obvious that they're extremely corrupt, as we're seeing right now in Minnesota. So let's look at Nick Shirley. Nick Shirley has done a really good job. Just 24-year-old out there, hitting the streets, being a reporter, like we used to have reporters. Of course, the mainstream media is completely compromised, but we have, independent journalism now that really is making a difference.
Was write the check.
So right here we have all this paperwork. And how are you getting all this information about the fraud?
A lot of it is through my own research. And then I have some contacts at the Capitol going back many, many years. And so the data that I'm getting is 100% accurate, coming directly from research done by people at the state Capitol.
All this paperwork right here, what are we looking at?
The areas of fraud that I have numbers for are mostly related to childcare. This is massive fraud that is beyond anyone's imagination, the scope. And so, for example, there's a childcare not far from here in Minneapolis that has two childcares listed at the same address. And together, they're licensed supposedly for 120 children. I have never seen a single child there ever. And I've been by that place at least 100 times. Here than anywhere else ever in history, anywhere.
We're going to go confront these people. We're going to go to these daycare centers. We're going to see what's actually happening. Daycare center right now is right here. These buildings should be operating as they're receiving literally millions of dollars.
I knocked on the door, and to my surprise, somebody actually answered the door.
Hello? Can we speak? I would like to check a child in the daycare. Can I speak to a manager? Where can I get paperwork to file for my son? I wanted to put my son Joey in daycare.
And after a few questions, the lady went silent.
Looks like little Joey Shirley ain't going to daycare here. And now where are we going?
Now we're going to Sweet Angel Childcare.
We're in the middle of a strip mall here inside of this neighborhood.
In fiscal year 2025, this facility, which has its license for 74 kids, was paid $1.26 million in tax money. And there are no kids. And all the facilities are the same way, all of them.
Let's see if anyone opens.
Yeah, let's see.
Once again, I try to find a spot for my son Joey, and they would not open the door.
I want to put my son Joey in daycare. Because I need a spot to put my son Joey.
Yes.
Is this your daycare center?
No, what's there? What's happened?
I just want to put a child in daycare, but all the daycare centers seem to be closed. No one's opening the doors.
You work here?
Yeah. What's happened?
Where are the kids?
Yeah.
It says it's licensed for 74 children. Right here, state of Minnesota. Where are the kids? They got paid $1.26 million in fiscal year 2025. It says they have a capacity for 74 children.
When?
Where are the kids? Right here. State of Minnesota website. You work here and you don't know?
I don't know. I was there before. I don't know what's going on.
Were there any kids when you worked here?
He's there. Kids there.
How many?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Yeah.
You worked here. Okay, well, then you're not of any help.
Can I put my son in a daycare here?
No, I don't know.
Can I speak to someone?
No, I don't know.
No? Yeah, I would like to see if I can put my son Joey here.
Who's your son, Joey?
My son Joey. Can I check out daycare center?
I'm not my son. No. You're a liar. I'm the owner.
Do you put your kid here in this daycare?
No.
There is one child in there. Yeah, I'd like to know if this is a legit business.
Me, I'm scared of you too. How come I explain everything?
You're scared of me?
Yeah.
Why?
So you're cutting.
Because of my color. You said you're scared of me because of my color. Does that make you a racist?
Yeah, no.
But
No.
you said you're
I'm
scared
not
of me because of my.
Yeah, no. All right. So I think you guys see, what's going on here. It's money laundering. They're taking the money from the people of Minnesota, and it's going to terrorist groups, right? And these terrorist groups are, formulating very strongly outside the U.S. In Africa, all right, where Somalia is, and they're helping to fund terrorists in some Nigeria, where we just did the airstrike. So it is a situation that we need to be aware of, and we need to start to push back on. And we need to bring this awareness throughout the United States. These are some of the things that I've known for quite a long time. I've been talking about this for a while. Now we're getting, we're seeing it. So independent journalists are bringing this out. There was a congressman, Republican congressman. I saw him talking today on Fox News, where he said they were doing this investigation years ago, like a decade ago, and they knew about the Somali corruption, and they did an investigation, and it was shut down. They shut down the investigation. So, this is the power of we, the people, doing independent investigations, independent journalism like I am. So if we continue this, we can destroy this corrupt system. We're getting very good at it now, and it's very important for us to maintain our country, because we're losing our country to the Democrat Party, all right, which is extremely corrupt and is not part of the United States. It's part of the corporation. It's part of the City of London, and of course, the city of Vatican City. So all of this is in DC. Now, DC has basically been taken over by Donald Trump and team. So that doesn't exist anymore. And that's how we're starting to see all of this this corruption start to be revealed. And it's crumbling. Now, Kash Patel has just come out and said that the FBI headquarters is basically being permanently closed. And they're going to move into, they had planned on their Biden administration to build like a $3 or $6 billion, it probably would have turned out to be a $6 billion new FBI headquarters. They got shut down when Trump came in, and they're going to move into a Reagan office building. I don't know if Reagan built it, but it was named after him. So it's going to be just perfect for them. It'll save a lot of money. You know how President Trump is like that. And so Kash Patel said he's going to push a lot of people out to, out into the field. They don't need to be in headquarters. They need to be out in the field doing the work that they're supposed to be doing, catching criminals like these Somalis. So speaking of which, Kash Patel said he's really going to start to go after this Somali fraud with the FBI. And he said it is the tip of the iceberg. Now, he's talking about the fraud level, but is he also talking about something else? All right. Is he talking about terrorist activities that were planned for the U.S.? Now, Juan O'Savin said that Somalis in America would have been part, and maybe still will be, part of terrorist operations in the United States, guys, right? So I've been saying this for a long time. And now we're starting to see the different groups that probably will or would maybe be involved in this, right? So this is something that it should be a very eye-opener for a lot of you, and I hope it is. And for some of you, you're like, I knew it. I knew it too, Mike. I knew it too. All right, so good for you. All right, so Kash Patel says FBI investigating Minnesota fraud scheme. So let me share the screen. So I'm gonna pull some of these up so we can look at these. These are very important. So you get other areas of the federal government getting involved. That's going to be very, very important. FBI investigating alleged fraud scheme in Minnesota. Kash Patel says amid attacks on Somali population. So Republicans have seized on the allegations to attack the state's Somali population and Democrat Governor Tim Walz. That's because they have been suppressed for a decade at least, and they're ready to like kick ass. All right. So kick ass or have your ass kicked. Right. That's what I say. Right. And that's what we're gonna have to see, guys. We got to stop being nice, Mr. Nice Guy. And that's what President Trump has been doing. He's not Mr. Nice Guy. And a lot of people don't like him because he's not Mr. Nice Guy, but that's okay with me. All right, update. U.S. forces strike on ISIS Somalia. This was back in February 11th. In coordination with the federal government of Somalia, U.S. Africa Command conducted airstrikes against ISIS Somalia on February 1st, 2025. The joint airstrikes targeted senior ISIS Somalia leadership in a series of cave complexes approximately 50 miles from southeast of Bosaso. So where do you think they got the money? Where did money come from? I've been to Somalia. I was in Somalia on my first, back in, I think it was 1982. Yeah, I'm an old guy. And that was my first SEAL, deployment. And we went to Somalia, and it's just a desert. There was a little town, and some of the sailors had liberty. They went into town, ate something, and got sick. We were there three times before the Marines came in. That's what we do. We do beach survey. We come back, we chart it out, we go back and make sure it's clear, and then the Marines come in. And they land, and they go off and do their thing. And there was nothing there but camels and camel herders, right? And you could see way out, they had a mountain range, and that's probably where the airstrikes happened. So not a lot going on in Somalia. They don't have really anything. That's why we came in. We tried to feed them, so they were starving. You remember those Michael Jackson? We are the world. We are the blah, 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 blah. All right. So all that money went to feed the Somalis. And what did they do in return? And so we finally pulled out. And then we just started, under Obama, we just started pulling them in here to America by the millions. Right. And boy, that was really smart, wasn't it? No. So we're, kind of effed ourselves on that. So we're going to have to clear them out. Not all of them. I've met many Somalis that are great people. And we're not talking about them. We're talking about the ones that are future terrorists. All right. And they're basically taking over cities throughout America. We got to stop it. You got to stop it, guys. They don't integrate. They basically come in. They produce children, and then they become the majority, and then they take over. And they start to push out all the whites and all the people that are not Somali or not Muslims. And this is what's happening across America. All right. So we will have to stop it. And I don't know what that's going to look like going forward, but it's got something's going to have to happen, guys. It's bad. It's real bad. All right. So what we're seeing with silver, we've seen silver basically skyrocket. It opened up really high. Now I think that silver, it's way overbought, and it's probably going to get a little bit of a pullback. Do not sell. All right. Don't sell your silver or your silver miners or anything else. All right, hold on to it. This will be a test for some people. I don't know. Maybe it'll go up. Remember, I said 75 to 85 by the end of the year. So earlier it hit, I think, 83 something, and now it's pulling back pretty good. So we'll see how it ends up, by the end of the year. But it needs a little rest. It needs a little bit of a pullback so that we have the opportunity to get it in cheaper. And then it's going to, probably go sideways for a little bit, and then it's going to take off again, guys. We will see, I think, maybe in January, 100 or more in January when it peaks, when it pops again. All right, so it's been on a tear. It doesn't go up. It doesn't go straight up all the time, right? Forever, right? So we said it was going to do a moonshot, so it already has. So now it needs to rest a little bit before it goes to Venus, right? So just keep your eye on it. If you have it, if you see the pullback and it looks like a nice opportunity for you, of course, then take advantage. Now, spot price right now is 82.63. And I think I saw somewhere where in China, it's $90 an ounce, right? So will it pull back? I think so. Will it go higher? Yes. At some point, much higher. Triple digits, easily well into the triple digits next year, right? 300 to 500 next year. And then at some point it's going to be over 1,000, right? That may take a couple of years or so, but it's a long-term investment, not like your crypto. So your crypto, if you've been holding on your crypto, silver right now is up 190%. Crypto is down 16%. Most of crypto. Some of them are down more, some of them down a little bit less, but pretty much down negative 16% so far this year. All right, so I told you guys, go big into, because I had the dream. I had a dream, and the dream was that XRP was going to go big. So I put everything in XRP. It went big. And then I said, okay, guys, it went big. Now it's time to get out and put it in something else, right? And I think a lot of you guys saw it go big, and you started hearing all these stories about it, like normally happens. It's a crypto speculative, but it's cyclical. It has moments when it goes up and moments when it goes way down. And that's the buying opportunity. So you have to know when to buy them, know when to hold them, know when to fold them, right? So if you didn't fold it, you just wait around. It'll come back. Whatever you're holding is probably going to go down a lot more. But and who knows? Like I said, it could go higher. There's always a possibility. So be your own best judge, right? And your own psychic, right? Don't listen to this psychic. So, don't get everything right perfectly on time at perfect times, but silver is a long-term hold, right? Now, some people will probably, they see they got, big returns in silver. Get out of debt, right? Get out of debt. Don't sell it all. Sell a portion of it. Get out of debt. Shouldn't have any debt. And that's my best advice to you. I got out of debt long time ago, right? Haven't been in debt for a long time. I fell into the old scheme of, if you want something now, get a loan and pay back a lot of interest. And I remember when I bought my first condo decades ago, and it was like 110 or 15,000. I got a really good deal on it in Virginia Beach. The market had pulled back, so I got a good deal on it. And I looked at, because I had a 30-year loan, VA loan, and after 30 years, I was going to pay it back 3 times the price. I was like, what? Like, oh, the tax breaks will be good. I keep hearing about these tax breaks. No, they're not good. Tax breaks are not good. And then I rented it out for years. I just maintained pretty much, had the tax breaks. Basically, someone was paying my mortgage and a little bit more. It wasn't good. So I know a lot of people make money on real estate with my huge returns that I'm getting on silver, which will be even bigger going forward. I plan on getting into real estate, because there's going to be incredible opportunities in real estate. As silver goes up, you're going to see at some point the market crash, probably 80 to 90%, or maybe even more. And the same thing with housing. So if you have silver, it may pull back with that market crash like it normally does, but then it's going to take off again. All right. So now timing is not a good thing, but I think going forward, you're going to do really, really, really well with silver. So, and I'm not a professional in economics or anything like that, but I have Dr. Kirk Elliott, who will be on Monday, and he's been saying the same thing. So nanner. All right. So you guys that believe in immigration, and it was kind of interesting because Nick Shirley and that one gentleman that was revealing all the fraud, they went to one place where it was like a child learning center, but they left out the end. So it was a learning center, and it was like no windows, the door was locked. And so they were getting millions too. And so they're like talking outside, and they're knocking on